Oh, thank you. We're pulling together key stakeholders that are interested in copyright reform, and we are bringing them together to lobby government, South Africa, Action Media South Africa, and other organizations. And we are bringing them together to lobby government, South Africa, Action Media South Africa, and other organizations and experts. It was in response to industry lobbying. So there was a lot of misinformation coming from intermediaries mainly publishing companies, record labels, royalty collecting societies who did not want these copyright reforms to pass. And I'll get into that a bit more in a future slide, but it is an important welcome. Please join us. Thank you. I think now we can close the door. Okay, so just for the sake of the new ears, I'm a project lead and convener for Recreate South Africa. We are an umbrella copyright advocacy movement, and we were founded in 2018 by Wikimedia South Africa and other organizations which I'll be speaking of all who have an interest in copyright reform, whether it's for access to education or regularly, or in South Africa. So some of our members include, and I'm going to speak a bit more about how important is association. So a lot of freelancers, a lot of creatives in general, they aren't protected. They don't have bargaining rights. They aren't able to create unions. When they go to the seat at the table to negotiate their contracts, they don't have much rights protecting them. So we're in a very dire state for our creatives. And this is actually where our copyright amendment bill was born from. It was born from this need to protect our creatives and it's a four-step test, and we think it's quite a good mechanism to allow for innovation and to allow for access, because sometimes you can't predict everybody that might need to use a material. Without paying for it. Out of contributions, it's been sent back out of contributions. South African Guild of Actors, a teachers union. As if my goal is to make sure people have access to education, it's also to make sure that blind people have access to education. It's also to make sure that artists have access to knowledge. That's something we don't waver on. You know, yes, we support our creatives, but we need our creatives to understand, guys, education is key. We need learning materials to be available. Yes, we need to make sure there are regulations, but that is a fundamental key. We need to all be it's the intermediaries that you actually need to be challenging, because historically, usually they're the ones who get the biggest share of the profit. So there is an element of transformation. You guys do need to adjust your business models. You guys do need to play fair, and you guys do need to be honest about your interests. And then, of course, participation in the legislative process. You need to know what's happening legislatively. If you don't have reforms currently being passed, come up with what reforms you'd want. Facilitated usually we're led by Blind SA. Because obviously you can imagine their needs are urgent. They need access to books. They need access to learning materials. If you're a lawyer and you're studying law and you're blind,
without permission, it's not allowed in South Africa. Only to find out that there's a whole host of other countries that are affected by the freedom of panorama. And as Kayla has already said, these are laws that were enacted in South Africa in 1978, even before the advent of television itself. So then a colleague by the name of Douglas Scott, whom I believe some of you know him, took the initiative to actually reach out to some. Basically, we have limit in terms of contributing to Wikimedia Commons, which is a place for Wikimedians that enables them, to upload pictures. We did this in 2018 with some. What we've been doing, after discovering that we are not allowed to post pictures on online, basically, or on Wikimedia Commons. We were not allowed to do that. So we would circumvent this by just creating the shadow of that image or of that particular artwork, like this. Or is that what is that? So that is supposed to be a statue of Nelson Mandela at the Union Buildings, right? But it's not a statue of, it's a shadow of the statue. So, yeah, we've been creating shadows for years. If to this day we're still creating those shadows, we're uploading shadows really because we don't have freedom of panorama in our country. And in fact, I do remember that some of the pictures about buildings, buildings are actually artworks, right? But you find out that some of them, they are also tagged for speed deletion because of, their artworks, So we have to create shadows of those buildings. We wanted to put Johannesburg, the city of Johannesburg, onto Wikipedia, write about the historical buildings, and there are many of them. Wanted to create, articles and add many pictures there, but many of those pictures did not qualify to be uploaded onto Wikimedia Commons because we don't have panorama, and those buildings, the way they were designed, they are Art Deco. The front of the building. We find out that there's some particular art that is there that we need to avoid. So we have to create a shadow. So our goal really is to ensure that South Africa copyright law supports access to knowledge, digital freedom, and local content. Wikimedia projects. So yeah, this is what we discovered, colleagues. Oh, we are not alone here. All the red that you see here are these countries, and I think you can find this on Wikimedia Commons, are countries that are affected by freedom of panorama. They don't have freedom of panorama. All of these ones that I actually read. So you can see that it actually affects a lot of countries there. So we would like to enjoin you to join us, if you are belonging in these countries, to lobby or to advocate for freedom of panorama in your country. Thank you. So I'm going to be handing over to...
Thank you. Okay. Oh. Yes, so these problems around copyright, we have felt it firsthand in Nigeria. For those of us who didn't know, we had freedom of panorama somehow until 17th March 2023, when the new Copyright Amendment Bill came into effect in Nigeria. And it was a sad day because from that day till now, it's almost impossible to participate in the Wiki Loves Monument campaign. Your image will be nominated for speedy deletion on Commons if you were to upload it from Nigeria. Yes. So like Bobby highlighted, Nigeria is one of those countries that, happens not to have freedom of panorama anymore. And what they did with 2023 Copyright Act was to totally ignore what they call fair dealing, which is some sort of fair use, but very ambiguous. If you were to apply fair dealing the way it appears on this 2023 Copyright Act in Nigeria, forget about uploading any image in the guise of, monument. If not, you could find yourself in jail. And you might say, oh, it's not, clean cut. Nobody is complaining yet. But they might just go a monument for now. As we engage in the Nigerian Commission to see what we could do about that. I mean, it took 12 years, the consultations. But we found a problem with the medium they used in consultation, which made it look like something sinister. How are you dealing with users and creatives in silos? You reach out to Nigerian Association of Authors, bring them in for a meeting, and I, myself, I'm a member of Igbo Wikimedians user group. So it was being coordinated, by various user groups. By various user groups and their leads. So we had gone almost halfway into the work. When I happened to attend the Copyright and Public Interest Conference in South Africa. And then I came back and I told everyone on that working group, guys, we need to stop this because we can't do this alone. Copyright, a legal issue. Lawyers only, which is a big lie. You don't need to launder the image of copyright to look like a legal issue. The lawyer knows how to navigate, but you don't. So the consultation, please, should you start this process in your country, make sure, that it's very, very detailed, not in silos. In Nigeria, we have a very funny saying, you won't see the government anywhere near that. So make sure that, you even get ahead of this. Don't even wait for the reform to start before you start building your coalition, if possible, because you may be racing against time. Thank you.
To meet in South Africa, Johannesburg in 2014. So this is a principle that really looks at emphasizing that access, agency, and equity, especially for women, and access, agency, and equity, especially for women and marginalized communities in the digital right. And we continue to really champion copyright as a social justice issue, as CESA was actually as a social justice issue, as CESA was actually clearly put it that it's not only about advocacy for an inclusive digital rights framework that do not really restrict recognizing that women's authorship and also cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So how did this start? This started in 2018 user group Uganda by my good friend Geoffrey Kateriga, who is one of the co-founders of the Wikimedia community user group Uganda. So they came to the organization and trained us under a project called Wiki Loves Women. And since then, we have also been participating in various convenings such as Wikimania, as this and other regional events and digital rights and inclusion forum that also happened this year in Zambia, where we looked at gender gaps in digital content and AI. Next slide. So we look at access to information, freedom of expression, and privacy as a very important fundamental human rights, and also pushes for copyright laws that do not only infringe these rights, but also especially for women and marginalized communities, and also doing a number of advocacy, especially on specific policies such as the Computer Misuse Act amended 2022 and Access to Information Act. And also we've been doing a number of campaigns against internet shutdowns. In fact, tomorrow you shouldn't miss our session that is at 9:30, where we are doing with Access Now on what we have been doing on internet shutdowns. So internet shutdowns really silences women's voices, especially online, and also it disrupts their civic engagement. Next slide. And also, we have been doing centering structurally silenced women, specifically under one of our projects called the Our Voices, Our Futures, that is a Global South project that focuses on amplifying the voices of structurally silenced women, such as the LGBT individuals, the sex workers, and the human rights defenders, especially in the digital spaces. So these groups of structurally silenced women really faced a number of exclusion, especially from the online spaces, and including those that host, those that share copyrighted content. And as WUGNET, we have been able to also support women human rights defenders, especially in being able to document their work, but also protect their digital content from misuse, and also ensuring that stories are being preserved and shared ethically. Next slide. Is it technology, Bobby? So we also run digital literacy workshops that really equip women with skills to be able to navigate copyright, protect their content, but also contribute to platforms such as Wikimedia Commons and Wikipedia. So this training has really empowered especially women to be able to document their activism, their arts, and leadership. In fact, I came with a book that we were able to produce, especially under art and feminism. Next slide. And also, we also see why does this really matter for especially Wikimedia movement, because the ethical sharing, ethical copyright sharing really, as WUGNET, we look at being able to promote inclusive copyright policies that really respects creators' rights while also enabling open sharing. And this really supports our mission as Wikimedians to be able to provide freely accessible knowledge without compromising ethical standards. And also, we look at WUGNET's policy advocacy, especially being able to contribute to shaping copyright, digital rights, freedom that align with the Wikimedia's values that looks at openness, equity, and ethical AI development. Next slide. So as Wikimedia Community User Group Uganda, we have also been able to do a number of policy engagement, especially organizing public forums. One that is very notable is the strategy saloon that we organized around Wikimedia 2030. And we brought together different stakeholders that involved the policymakers, the educators, the civil society actors, and we were able to discuss the future of free knowledge in Uganda. And this program also helped us to be able to raise a number of awareness about the importance of open access and inclusive copyright laws. Next slide. And also, we do a number of trainings, especially across different programs that we do. So we do training for educators. And what is nice about it, we have people from different backgrounds, librarians, and also government officials on how Wikimedia projects work. Why is it why open license matter? And this session has really been able to diversify copyright and also promote the use of Creative Commons licenses in the public institution. And also, I just saw someone walked in, so we have been able to do participation in the regional and global policy advocacy platforms, where through participation from the Wikimedia Foundation Global Advocacy Team, where the Vice President is seated somewhere, yes, we have been able to really participate as Uganda Wikimedians in regional digital rights forums and policy consultation. In fact, the first time that I heard about the freedom of panorama was through a convening that was invited by Ziski. So I'm really grateful for that. So this has been able to enable us participate in conversation on modern copyright laws, intermediary protection, and freedom of expression. And then the last slide is that we really need to see how can we build our rights respecting internet? How do we ensure that feminist voices are really visible, are protected? How do we ensure that we support an inclusive copyright reform and contribute to a feminist content to Wikimedia and advocate for an open, equitable digital rights spaces? And I'm very glad that very many Ugandans have actually participated in this event. So let's go back home and do something meaningful. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you to our amazing panelists. Do we have Cynthia online? Can we bring her up? Ironically, Cynthia is actually based in Kenya. She just couldn't get it in here today. But Cynthia works at an amazing organization called SIPIT, and she's going to tell you a little bit about how SIPIT collaborates to push for public interest policies. They do amazing work in research, access to important information, language translation, all sorts of things. And maybe she can squeeze in a bit of an overview on the continent in there as well, keeping in mind the time, Cynthia. So if you can keep it kind of short, because we do want to at least get 1 or 2 questions, but we'd love to hear from you. If you can keep it like 3 minutes, that would be great. Let's see what you can do. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ella. Good morning, everyone in the room. My name is Cynthia. I come from SIPIT, which is based in Nairobi. And briefly, I will talk to us about, again, just ways within which we are advocating for and access. Clearly, the projects that we've worked on, some are collaborated with Recreate, have been in the same spaces with Recreate to a highlights form on text and data mining exceptions within copyright law. So basically, these are keenly to our African continent and keenly to promote AI tools within the African continent. So the reason for this, as the previous speakers have spoken, there's a need to balance between private rights and public good. So as it were, I'll give a specific example of Kenya. There are quite rigid copyright laws that do not permit access to information for the sake of, again, just promoting the culture. I apologize if you guys hear any background noise. I am in the office and I do share space, but I do hope I'm still clear. But as I was saying, the laws that we currently have in Kenya, for instance, are quite rigid, and as such are pushing for text and data mining exceptions that will favor the public good and open up access is some of the work that we're doing here at SIPIT. Beyond that, I'd like to highlight as well another project known as the Noodle License Project, where we have one of us here at SIPIT, Dr. Melissa Omino, who together with her team came together to create a license, a tiered license that can, I don't know if we're aware of Creative Commons licenses, but it's a form of a Creative Commons license that allows either licensors of African data sets or licensees of African data sets to, again, just control how this access to information can affect, or rather how people can use African data sets that are taken from them. So I believe my time is kind of run out. Again, the proposition is to, again, advocate for more access in order to continue, how do I put it, to continue making African data, African information, our culture accessible to people and not having it tied down and rigid to ownership. So yes, thank you, Ella.
Thank you so much. And yeah, that's a big challenge for African developing nations, is how do we participate in an open access economy while not continuing exploitation, because essentially the playground is unfair. So if we just have open access, we don't necessarily have the technologies to develop it, and we're playing at an unfair advantage. So let's try and take, we got 6 minutes, let's try and take one or two questions. One over here. Anybody else? One over here. Okay, so let's take those two.
Thank you for all the presentations. I can say thank you to you. The map that you showed on freedom of panorama highlights exactly why it serves as it inspires other people. So if you can kill the reform in its early stage, it won't spread to other countries. So this is why South Africa received such a position, because any progressive reform would have seen as an inspiration to so many other places. And this is why it's so important that you build these coalitions. So I have two questions. First, in this really impressive list of coalition, is there a particular reason for that? Because I personally perceive them as an important player, as an important mediator, the good kind of an middleman, so to speak. Second question is, in this very broad I could imagine that the interests regarding text and data mining, AI training, are widely diverging. And you said the common theme is human rights and access to knowledge. Does this work on AI questions as well?
So yes, you're 1000% right. Libraries are a very, very key stakeholder, and I would like to think I coined the term yesterday, our quiet superpower. But we do. So we have basically our core affiliates who are like in our status meetings and everything, and then we have our affiliates more broadly, who, when it's time to show up at the Constitutional Court or whatever, we're all on the same page. And a good example of that is LIASA, the Libraries of Information Association of South Africa, something like that. And they're very, their voice is very powerful in the conversation. Denise Nicholson, she's been involved in copyright reform for over 20 years in South Africa. She's a librarian. She has scholarly horizons, and she's one of our founding members. So she always makes sure that the librarians are very much in the conversation. So even though we don't reference them sometimes as our core members, they are a big part of it, our quiet superpower. And then the other thing you asked was about TDM AI. Yes, 100%. We need a human rights approach to AI. As I said, there's an unfair playing ground, and if we just replicate, our existing structure, we're just going to have a neo-colonial AI system. So we need to make sure we're included, the voices are included, but at the same time, we also need to make sure we're compensated. So what we bring to the table, if it's data or whatever it is, we are fairly compensated and respected for what we bring. So there's definitely a human rights-centered approach that needs to happen in AI and TDM.
I also want to add that we also need to think about the issue of attribution. There's a lot of, I think there's even conversations that are happening right now within the Wikimedia movement regarding the large language models. You see an AI-generated content there. Where is that content coming from? So that is what we also need to, in fact, that is what we're advocating for as well.
Should we move to the next question? Over here. 2 minutes left.
Thanks. So there's a lot of very positive things in the Copyright Amendment Bill, but the opposition to it isn't only nefarious. I think there's some kind of well-meaning local academics who also see some flaws in it. And the point that you raised as the most controversial was fair use. And so I've had lots of discussions with people, and I'm not an expert in the area at all, and where I get stuck or where I don't have a response, I've tried to summarize their points. And one is that the fair use definition in the Copyright Amendment Bill is more loosely defined than in other examples like the US. And that can put the burden on kind of small creatives, because now these large corporations can take something, claim that it's fair use, and in order to fight against that, these small creatives have to now enter a legal battle, which they didn't have to previously. That's kind of the gist of the opposition. Do you have good responses to that?
So Yeah, so that is also what I think is possibly the most viable argument that the opposition makes. But again, it's a bit of a defeatist attitude because, one, we can further regulate. So after the bills are passed, there's time to put in regulations, and it provides us with the structure to put in further regulations to address those needs. And two, the bills also include a copyright tribunal, which is supposed to make access to legal aid more accessible and more specific to copyright issues. So a lot of people say, well, we're not going to effectively do it at a copyright tribunal. That's a completely defeatist attitude. Let's channel our energy towards doing that effectively. Because currently, right now, the situation you mentioned and the one that they keep using as an argument is what creatives are currently experiencing. They do have their work pillaged, and they don't have the resources to go up against corporates. Whereas the copyright tribunal is supposed to help provide, which is in the bills, and supposed to be strengthened in the bills, that type of provision.
So time is up, but this is why we stopped Wikilove's amendment in Nigeria, because Wikimedia Foundation or Wikimedia organizations, they gift prizes to incentivize participation. Now, the fact that there is some sort of prize involved, it complicates the absolute thing they want, to have as fair deal instead of a complete definition or provision for freedom of panorama. Now, do we say people shouldn't be incentivized anymore to participate in Wikilove's movement because somehow it could be money exchanging hands from the organization organizing to the winners? So this is why we would rather have a provision specifically, addressing freedom of panorama than going through with what the Nigerian government has as fair dealing currently.
Thank you all so much. We've got 45 seconds left. Anybody? Sandra, do you want to make a final comment?
Not any comment.
Oh, we're going overtime. Sorry, I was looking at it the wrong way. My bad. Thank you all.
Just going to take a second for us to grab the slides, but thank you all for coming. Let me just start that intro. Seemed like there was quite a lot happening last night in terms of people convening, you all coming at 10:30 in the morning. I appreciate it. Come have a seat, everyone. Space. Okay, for this time, I think we'll start it. We'll get started, and hopefully we'll have some time at the end for any questions. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this doesn't do anything. That's all right. Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda. I work for the Wikimedia Foundation's legal implementation work. Thank you. I'm really grateful to have two fantastic panelists here with me, and I'll have them introduce themselves. Wait, do they have? Sorry, do they have microphones? Just quietly whisper to yourselves who you are.
Hi, hello. My name is Michele Failla, and I work for Wikimedia Europe as a lead EU law and political advisor. And yeah, Wikimedia Europe is a umbrella organization. It was established in 2023, and our main activities is advocacy. So we serve and coordinate the advocacy activity of our affiliates that are like 31. So we try that when there are like political and legislation changes, we try to talk as one voice, unique voice.
Thank you for the invitation, Amanda, for this panel. Yes, I am the founder of Wikimedia Mexico chapter, and at a professional level, I'm a human rights defender in Mexico in an organization which is called Network in Defense of Digital Rights. It's a Mexican organization which is based in Mexico City. At that organization, I have the program of open and free knowledge, which works promoting and making advocacy to have more free knowledge in our country.
Awesome. Thank you both. I think before we continue, it's probably worth us defining impact litigation. I didn't pick a particularly snazzy title, so I'm impressed that all of you showed up, given that you might not know what impact litigation is. So when we talk about legal cases, we're traditionally talking about defensive litigation. Some of you may have seen my colleague Kabir's panel yesterday on defensive litigation. Those are cases where we or a member of our movement are the defendant and we are defending ourselves against a case. Impact litigation typically falls under two types of cases. One are cases that we are bringing ourselves, so where we are the kind of plaintiff or the moving party, and we're bringing that case, or cases where we are not a party, but the outcome of that case has some sort of impact on our movement, our projects, our values, or our mission. So those are the two types of cases. When we think about cases in that second bucket, cases where we're not a party, those are typically cases being brought against civil society or big tech. And the outcome of that case is something that we want at least the judges to have an understanding of our kind of unique position in the tech ecosystem before they make that kind of determination. So when we're talking about impact litigation, that's broadly what we're talking about, those types of cases. Sometimes defensive litigation and impact litigation can coalesce, especially if you're making like novel law, like as Kabir mentioned yesterday, ANI case, there was new law that was created out of that. In these cases, we're really trying to make sure that the court understands exactly what the impact might be to our projects and our movement. So we're going to talk about a couple themes throughout this presentation about how this work is international, it's proactive, it's scalable, and as I keep emphasizing, it's very much values-driven. So let's kind of dive into that theme, the international aspect of it. So I've got a couple questions for my colleagues here. The first one is kind of a broad question. Like, what do you think are some unique challenges with both of your regions? Obviously, Mexico and the EU being very diverse. Like, what are some challenges that you might have when we're bringing this type of litigation?
Yeah, I just want to mention that when we are involved in legal cases, we, as a personal opinion or position, is that I came for this party to edit Wikipedia. I never think that I will be involved in a legal case, but I think one thing I want to share previously to talk about challenges is that I know in my opinion that every Wikimedia needs to know about legal matters in their own country, because the dream of a process of litigation is make a litigation proactive, but usually we have reactive litigations and process. So it's better to have like in mind that you as a Wikimedian, you are defending a cause that have adversaries, that people who are opposed to free knowledge in some situations can be against you, because you are promoting a cause and not exactly only editing Wikipedia. So that's my first impression. So I think like challenges, we share some common challenges around the region and the world that it's related to responsibility of intermediaries. I think is one of the most common matters that it's related, which is a huge challenge, because in many legislations, it's a matter of discussion who are exactly the responsible of the content. Discussion very frequent in legislative projects. At least in Mexico, every week we receive invitations or invitation of interviews in the media to have like a public discussion around who is responsible of the contents in the internet. And I think in that sense, the Wikimedia projects are very clear in how it's produced the knowledge, but and I think it's a model that can be followed by other communities in the internet. And in public discussions, it's very frequent too to have like a challenge, to have like an opinion of how the internet should be regulated. And I think like a main challenge, as I mentioned it in the first part of my intervention, communities need to be engaged in the very early stages of where these situations occur. Many prominent field relevant persons can promote actions against volunteers, and volunteers may feel fear, maybe feel frustration or anger at having people of great social weight asking to work on that and talk about in public with our community about these cases. Yes.
Go to Michele to answer that. I just want to then follow up. Do you think like the community feels like there's more that we could be doing? There's more kind of impact litigation work in like that type of maybe slap suits or other things?
Maybe we need tools to understand what the process can be about, can produce, or what are the results in a country or in a region. But at this point, I think we need basic tools to understand how the laws function, in your country, and what's the landscape of the laws that. And in that space, have advantage the changes that the laws need in your country and in other region.
Makes sense.
Yes.
I think, Michele, so the question was, what are kind of the challenges in your region? And obviously the EU is very diverse, lots of different jurisdictions, so I'm curious to see what you say.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, let me start by saying that our position as an umbrella organization is very peculiar, because we have, like, as I said, 31 affiliates, and so we talk a lot with them, and also with the legal and global advocacy team. So we have like this perspective. So from the European point of view, I can identify a few challenges. One of the main one is like market fragmentation. So one of the goals of the European treaties is like to create the internal market. in capitals can freely circulate, and there's no discrimination based on nationality. So in recent years, like in the EU has been regulating a lot on digital services. So the EU adopted like the Digital Services Act, that it's exactly the main law that regulates intermediary liability, and they chosen the regulation, which is a legal tool that is chosen when we want to achieve maximum harmonization. So a company that is established in one member state must follow established there, and it's fine. Then they can operate in all 27 member states. So, but what we are experiencing, especially for instance with regard to protection of minors and other subjects, is like that member states they want to legislate despite the fact that there is like this European law. So this was something that was in France, and this is very skeptics the goal of like having an internal market. A big issue for the foundation which is like the platform provider, because we have limited resources, and if we need to follow 27 different legislation, it becomes very challenging also because they could be contradicting. So this is one of the main challenges that I can identify. And the other one that I want to mention is like SLAPS. So SLAPS, I don't know, for those ones that are not familiar, is an acronym which stands for strategic
lawsuits against public participation. Did everyone hear that? I feel like there was a strategic lawsuits against public participation.
So normally it's like very powerful people, or like also public powers, governments, that when they don't like what is written about them, like, I don't know, normally on Wikipedia is like biographies and things like that, they start suing. So this is like a very worrisome phenomenon that we're like more and more experiencing at the European level. And that regard the European Union, as I said, are more and more cases in Europe. And despite the fact that we think that Europe is like a more safe space, it is not. And so this becomes
given this fragmentation of kind of regions, what does the community feel like about this type of litigation? Is there kind of a unified or a different kind of thinking about it?
Yeah, this it depends. I think it depends a lot on the national chapters are like carrying out, because there are chapters that are more focused on, for instance, on GLAM projects, that they tend to be more interested in like litigation that then it can arise, for instance, about like copyright exception and things like that. But there are other chapters like France that they do also carry out like advocacy. They are like then more inclined and keen to start like. So this is exactly the challenge the law. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's a good segue actually, because let's start talking about cases. I'm sure. Let's talk about both of you were at Kabir and Phil's presentation yesterday. They mentioned intermediary liability protection. That's something that we've also mentioned here quite a lot. And this is, I think, a good case to illustrate this point. Ivan, do you want to like kind of just broadly talk about the facts of this case?
Yes. Sorry if I can talk much about this case, because the organization I work is involved directly in the case. So any declaration in public can be used by this guy against us. But essentially, the case is that this guy, Ulrich Richter, is suing Google because there's a blogger space, a blogger page that is like he says that it is a defamation, but it's like a parody blog against him. But I think, and he's suing Google because Google, in his opinion, is not acting against or removing the entire blog that talks about. But I think it's very important to talk about this case because the freedom of expression is directly involved in the case, because we have like in my region or in Mexico, or Mexico is part of the Inter-American human rights system, which have specific tools or specific criteria to define the freedom of expression. And I think it's very important that Wikimedians knows about this, because some expressions or some profiles of persons, especially when the person are public, are included into the exceptions of freedom of expression rules, because it's very frequent that the persons in the society, high-profile person or public persons, wants to have like opposition to the Wikipedia articles or notes in or reports in the news, arguing that we are against the personal data of them. But specifically the Inter-American human rights system established that the publicity of the person is crucial on the definition of the expressions against that person. So that's very important. That can be considered for Wikimedians, because the protection of the public discussions and including the Wikipedia articles are inside on this kind of protection of the expression.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good summary. I'll also indicate that at issue was a $245 million fine. So that's also some context for this. How did you kind of involve the foundation? Like, how did I get involved with this case?
Yes, in this case, we in the organization I work is including Wikimedians. So this is like a peculiar situation. But yes, I think it's so important that the Wikimedia movement and the Wikimedians can be aware about that, because some cases in the world are very similar to this. I suppose that the political situation in Mexico is so peculiar too, because we had like an election of the Supreme Court recently. So we don't know if this will be like a factor of influence in this case, because we don't know if the actual resolve this case or the elected court will do it. So we are like in the middle of a peculiar situation. I think in the impact litigation is very important or very crucial to pick your battles, and because all the litigation cases are a long process, that can be take 10 years, 8 years, and can involve many procedural steps. So I think that's the importance of having stakeholders involved in the case, and that was the intention of having the WMF aware of this case.
I think a kind of funny, salient anecdote for this case is that we, as the foundation, had not filed a case in the Mexican Supreme Court, and we did not realize that they wanted a wet signature. So that's printed, signed, mailed, and it took. I mean, I am based in the UK, so I had to FedEx a copy of our brief to you, and then you filed it at the Supreme Court the next day, which was a process that we were maybe unfamiliar with. Different jurisdictions have different requirements of amicus briefs, and I keep using that term. Amicus is a Latin phrase for friend of the court. It's the type of brief that we're talking about where we're just explaining our perspective to the court. Brazil, for example, you have to be invited to provide a brief, whereas certain jurisdictions like the US, for example, you do have a right to do that if you have an opinion. I think other countries like France, and we'll get to it, you have an ability to file an amicus brief or even litigation at an earlier stage than maybe some non-civil jurisdictions. So I think that's also something to keep in mind, that like every country has a different legal process, and so there will be different kind of operational or procedural difficulties with all of this. I think for the sake of time, let's move on to the next case. So I think we're going to talk about this theme of reactive, and I think like as with so succinct cases happening. I mean, that kind of touch on similar issues, things that we might not consider directly relevant but have a deep impact, like, for example, cases involving book bans. You know, those are things where there are kind of some First Amendment free expression principles. So we're going to talk about like how we kind of decide and how we kind of start that process from the beginning with the next case, which is a French case where we challenged the SREN law. Kelly, do you want to kind of talk a bit about like the facts of that case?
Yeah, well, SREN is like, again, an acronym which stands for Loi pour sécuriser et réguler l'espace numérique.
You all got that French,
to
right?
secure and regulate the digital space. French, they love this very long title. Yeah, well, the main issue that we have with this law, well, first of all, we had an issue on a procedural level because the French Parliament decided to pass this law via an accelerated procedure. So we had very little chances to have like public debate about this and to be able to conduct like MPs and to expose our views. And on the several points, first of all, this law, that some articles that went against like the DSA that I was mentioning earlier before, and this is not allowed under EU law because EU law has a primacy under national law. And then they try to introduce like under the idea of like protecting children. They want to introduce like age verification, but as well like a very tight deadline to remove what they call pedopornographic content. And like, if I do not mistake, correct me, Amanda, but they had like very tight deadlines, like 24 hours upon the foundation had received like a request from the national French authority.
Let me also just pause here and shout out again something that Kabir and Phil said in yesterday's talk, which was that the way in which we as the foundation have kind of handled some of this intermediary liability is through notice and takedown regimes. So we need to be put on notice that there is illegal content on our projects, and then we can take it down. And I think what you were alluding to is the fact that under this law, that would have been a 24-hour turnaround time. So within 24 hours that we received notice of illegal content, we would have to kind of address it. And I think in this case, they meant to remove it. And so that was something that we felt was operationally not feasible for us to do.
Yeah, there was also another issue because they were like saying that this would be done to protect minors, but on Wikipedia, we don't know. I mean, we know that there are like minors, but to be sure and to identify, it means that we need to start to collect data. And this is not exactly what we don't want to do. And then, for instance, there was also another article that, again, you know that the EU passed some sanction against like Russia after like the Russia started the war against Ukraine. Well, there is an article under EU treaty that allows to do that. And basically, with this law, they gave the power to French national authority to remove the content coming from like an actor that has been sanctioned by the EU. Practically, this means that, for instance, there was like a link or like coming from Russia today, that link would have been removed. And again, there were like very tight deadline. I think that there was like 72 hours and even criminal sanction if the
criminal
order
sanctions,
was
let's
not
talk about
obeyed.
that.
So, and we also there, I mean, we are of course at issues because there were like some practical aspects that they were not addressed. Like what about like links that were like there before, or also like disinformation pages where like on Wikipedia there are like examples of what is, for instance, Russia disinformation, which is not, it's clearly, you know, going against the rationale of this provision, meaning that they want to limit the spreading of like Russian disinformation. But if there is like a page about like with examples, what about that? These were not addressed. So So yeah, these in brief were like some of the challenges that we had with this law.
Yeah, I think from our side, I think the criminalization of online speech was definitely a huge concern and a total shift in the jurisprudence. So maybe also talk about then again, like how was the foundation involved? How did we get involved?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for us, because we as I said, we are an umbrella organization. So, I mean, we contacted Wikimedia France because they are like, of course, they have their own contacts. They do their advocacy activities, and they know much better than us the political context. And then we start like having discussion with you guys. And yeah, we needed to think of how overcome what I said before. There was this procedural challenge, meaning that they adopted like this accelerated procedure. So we had like very little time to react. So basically, this was addressed in two ways, if I may say. One was like that Wikimedia France, they activated their contact, so they were able to go and talk to MPs and try to explain, look, this is perhaps is working for other platforms, but not for Wikipedia. And this could cause like a lot of unintended consequences. And normally when we do that, and we do a lot of like this explanation in our job, MPs and legislators, they're like very receptive because when they do legislate, they don't think of like Wikipedia, especially when they pass this law about like online platform. Another way is like that under EU law, there is a possibility to submission when a member state tries to legislate about like information society services, and they create like technical barriers. So there is a procedure under an European directive where like parties and not only member states, they can submit their views to the European Commission. So we exactly did that. And
I think before, if I remember correctly, we actually filed a challenge to the Constitutional Court of France. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, as well. Yeah, when they passed the law, then we decided like to challenge to it was like an ambiguous brief because they were like in France the MPs, they can challenge the constitutionality of law. So this was the case because they were especially also one article on criminalization. So the foundation Wikimedia France, they decided like to challenge that, and actually the Constitutional Court declared that crime unconstitutional. So that was quite a win. Not other parts, but
they did strike down that passage, which was a win, and then
and then what we did also is like that we contacted informally the European Commission. Because again, as I said, this law is against like the DSA. It goes against the goal of like having a digital single market. And the European Commission, they were like in these informal talks. So we exposed with Amanda what were all our concerns, and they were like quite open to receive them. And they told us, "You're right, but since it's also they can open infringement procedure against member states, but then these things turn political. You can imagine that France is one of the founding members of the European Union. It's quite powerful. So the European Commission, they were very reluctant to open such a procedure because then it can turn very political, and they don't want to do that.
You're right, but politics was what we got. So I think for both of you, then my question is like, what areas do you think might be coming up in terms of litigation in the next few years? I think we spoke about slabs, we spoke about like challenging regulations, but like, what are things that you are thinking 5-10 years in the future we might start to think about now?
Yes, I think in Mexico there's a lawyer's phrase that says that the best litigation is the one that does not happen. So no one wants to be involved in a legal process, but it's true that the laws needs to change in the favor of the free knowledge. I think in copyright law we have many to do. Sorry if I have a bias into that topic, but it's my area of experience, the copyright. But I think on my side, I think that organizations that defend free knowledge should be more aware that the discussions around exceptions and limitations that the Wikimedia world may need. Actually, I'm a part of the process inside the OMPI, sorry, I'm saying in Spanish OMPI. It's the organization of intellectual property. WIPO. Thank you, Liz. The WIPO organization, because many Wikimedians are involved in the WIPO discussions, but not too much. And I think many chapters and organizations that depend on open and free knowledge can be directly related or interested, at least, into the discussion that it happened there, because some of the provisions or some of the legal exceptions that we are trying to have are directly involved in sectors, crucial sectors like GLAM, for an example. One of the projects that are actually open into the WIPO debates is the needs of the GLAM institutions, and they are like a sector that can reach certainly in the next year some exceptions and limitations into the WIPO debates. But I think in copyright law we have many to do.
Yeah, I think that also copyright will be a big thing in Europe, especially related to AI. You know, now the European Union adopted the so-called AI Act, and right holders, they're not really happy on that. They want much more protection. So I think that they since they're quite powerful, they could start litigation based on what's going on, especially on, you know, these big companies scrapping their content and not paying them. They're not happy at all. So I think that this would be something. And then, I mean, there are like slaps for sure. And I think also another big thing in Europe will be privacy. Both because they related to protection of minors. So there are like plenty of member states, especially, and also the EU, that they want to introduce the age verification and also like age minimum age, like to subscribe to online platforms. And since this is not happening yet at European level, member states, they try to legislate, go further, and this is again. So I expect that there will be like some litigation there.
Yeah, I think all of that makes sense. And then I think going back to something that was mentioned earlier, like how do you define impact, right? How do you know what's been successful? How do you pick the cases that you'd like to kind of continue forward?
Yes, I think the notion of impact can be very different in every country and in every society. I think in my region we have some common things in common, but each legislation is so different. And I think the comparing laws, I think in Spanish is derecho comparado. It's like the studies of the different laws around the world and the common situation that have in between them. And in the Latin American region or in American region, we have some common tools because we are, as I mentioned it, part of the Inter-American human rights system that have some provision that can benefit the litigation. So something in common, I think, in addition, is the advance of authoritarian situations in the Latin American region and the desire to control some public narratives. These are really situation, I think, such as denialism or revisionism cases that for sure will be in the litigation in the next years, I think. These are happening on like an accelerated pace in our countries. I am thinking especially in Argentina, for an example, that have like a government which is for far right, that are promoting like the denialism or like revisionism versions that can be affecting in the next years the functioning of the chapters of Wikimedia.
Yeah, I think that to answer to your question, it depends. From a legal perspective, perhaps impact could be like we join a litigation case, and that case then becomes like a landmark decision. And because I don't know, I could think of like a newly adopted law that it's interpreted for the first time, or an old one that it's reinterpreted according to the new technological updates. But then, it also depends on which level we act, because courts are not all the same. So, a national court or a local court is not the court of the European Court of Justice, or like the European Court of Human Rights or Constitutional Court. So it depends as well on which level and where we want to act. And for instance, the European Court of Justice is a very peculiar court, can be accessed also when with preliminary rulings, meaning that when you have like a national case, the parties, they can ask to the judge to interpret the national law according to EU law, and the judge can decide to refer it to the Court of Justice. So this means that it's a good tool that you do not need to having exhausted all the internal remedies. And plus, the European Court of Justice was very active also in achieving like the internal market. So they used to play a political role there. So strategically, going in front of the ECJ could be a good option. And they also have like good implementation procedures, meaning that if parties their decision binds all 27 member states, and if they do not respect, they can start like an infringement procedure. And this is not always the case, for instance, for the European Court of Human Rights. So, yeah.
So it sounds like there's just lots of factors at play on how you define impact and how you kind of choose cases. Mainly, it sounds like to me, which court we're kind of at, what the is of the proceeding, maybe like what are the facts of the case. Those are all things that you're kind of thinking about when like putting forward a case for litigation.
Sure. Let me add also that there is also an evaluation of like the parties involved, and if the case aligns with our mission and is like our priority. And there is also like a media perspective, because parties involved, they could be, they can draw a lot of attention. So this is very related as well to political consideration. There are considerations, if you want to join like a lawsuit, I mean, do we want to expose ourselves or not? Is this convenient, like also strategically in the long term, yes or no? So, yeah, this kind of consideration as well, they're there.
And something that we talked previously of this talk, of this panel, is that we need to talk of this in public, because all the reports or all the news talking about the one litigation is so crucial, like a tool to defend you, because I don't know, but some cases are directly related to the reputation of the persons, no, or the honor, which is very it's so broad concept of honor, or like in the society. But for an example, in Mexico, we had a case about one of the judges of the Supreme Court that wants to erase one part of her article of Wikipedia, which talk about he stole some part of her thesis.
Yeah, plagiarized the thesis.
Yes. So we don't talk
Undergraduate
too much
thesis, but
yeah, that situation was not talked in public, because she decided to retire the efforts to remove the contents in her Wikipedia article. But talking public, it's a way of defend the Wikimedians, because it's like a boomerang for the persons, because they want to talk in public about using their power to remove some contents, but it can be so negative for them, because it's so negative for a person trying to harass Wikimedians to remove one part of the history which is real. So I think talking public is very important. I don't know if you want to talk more about this.
Well, yes, I think that it depends. What I experience sometimes when there are like slap cases, I don't know, because we used to talk when there could be consideration, as they explained yesterday, in certain cases. But yeah, we, in our advocacy activities, yeah, I think that this could benefit us as well in strengthening links with other like-minded organizations, and to with regard, for instance, to SLAP, my experience is like that people, when we talk about SLAPs, they immediately think of journalists. They do not think of Wikipedia. So when it happened to me that I was asked, but why you're interested in SLAPs? And I had to explain, look, we are experiencing this, and this. Wikipedia works like this, and then, oh yes, that's, and because they don't think of like of volunteers being, so, and that's, yeah, bad. And I agree with you that there should be more public awareness about that, because then volunteers need to be protected.
I think actually that's a really good point, that like different regions might have similar issues that they're facing. Actually, we went to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights to talk to them about SLAPs and the experience we had, and most of the cases that we were bringing were from the EU. So the fact that there is kind of, and sometimes it is the foundation that is this conduit between different kind of regional understandings. But I think your point, talking about it publicly, might help people understand that there are kind of common threads that they're experiencing. I think I'll take this second to also plug our diff post. So if you typed in my name, for example, you might see some posts about all of these cases, just so that we kind of make sure that the community sometimes has an understanding of some of this legal advocacy work that we're doing. I'm also going to now talk about the next issue that we have with this, and I think we've touched on it a little bit, which is kind of how do we handle this at scale? There are thousands of cases happening across like a variety of jurisdictions all the time. How so that we can actually get involved? And I'm going to talk a little bit now about an initiative that I'm really proud of, which is our law school clinics. This year at the foundation, we've worked with 3 law schools across the world to help us do some of this legal research and some of the legal drafting. So we worked with Harvard in Boston, Massachusetts, US. We worked with Georgetown in Washington, D.C., also US, and Tilburg, based out of the Netherlands. We had a cohort of students, and I think that this helps us a lot with kind of practicing what we preach, if you will. Like we are working with academic institutions to help them understand like the work that is involved in this kind of space. We are helping them understand the specific problems that Wikimedia might face and kind of introducing them to the movement. We've actually had one student who has started editing since we started, which is great from a nutrition point of view. And we're kind of helping them to understand that maybe the media or IP landscape that they were facing, it's now going to be dominated by these questions of human rights, freedom of expression, all of these things that we've kind of highlighted here. Kelly, do you want to talk about Bocconi? I think that's also a good thing for us to shout out. So this year we did 2 American law schools and 1 European law school. Next year we'll be doing 2 American law schools and 2 European law schools.
As you said, Bocconi, that you signed, I think, the memorandum of understanding with them. Yeah, I think this is very relevant and also it's quite crucial for proactive litigation. As we said before, there will be like lots of legal issues related, for instance, to copyright and AI, but also about like DSA implementation, so intermediary liability. Implementation, so I didn't mention before, but yeah, there are like plenty of questions about like how DSA is going to be implemented, because the European Union at this moment is adopting a lot of like secondary legislation, so implementing acts. So and there are like plenty of legal issues also because the DSA is a very long and complex law, and also
most laws are long and complex.
It has like I think more than 90 articles, and also the interaction of the DSA with other piece of legislation is not clear at all at the moment. So I think that having this partnership with other help us in a better understanding and also to what's going on at EU level.
Also highlight that I didn't know anyone at Bocconi. It was you who brought that kind of contact to me to kind of facilitate that. So I think that's also a great example of our partnership.
Great example.
I think the last case I want to talk about is again one that I'm very proud of. We worked with Harvard to file an amicus brief in Net Choice Brown, which was challenging Utah's age verification bill. I think this is part of a targeted effort that that kind of civil society and big tech organizations have to be challenging some of these kind of regulatory schemes that are coming up across the world. The reason this case to me is so impactful is we had a law school clinic in Georgetown in one semester that we asked them to kind of highlight what they think about engaging in. They pulled up this case. Then we worked with Harvard. In the first semester to draft some kind of ideas. We worked on it together. We had Harvard then draft the second round, which we submitted together. So there is a diff post that I recommend you all looking at for more context. And you will see if you read our brief that was jointly submitted by us and Harvard. One of the great things about that brief in particular is that it was also so persuasive that we were able to bring in, bless you, like other civil society and other platform organizations. So if you look at that brief, it was also co-signed by Organization for Transformative Works, which is the hosting provider for Archive of Our Own, amongst other things. And so I'm really proud of this in particular because this was, I think, like a year's worth of work coming to fruition. And I think hopefully we'll see the same things in our partnerships in the EU and like any other law schools. I think we've got about 10 minutes left. I'm just going to kind of quickly wrap up our side to say that, hopefully what you've seen throughout this whole presentation is that this is very much based on our values and on our mission. And I would think, and maybe you can both speak to this as well, that what has allowed us to have some of these successes are the fact that we work together and we have partnerships. You interact with our global advocacy colleagues, and there's kind of that like really lovely like opportunities that are being brought up because of that.
Sure, yeah, I definitely agree with you, and I think that the Wikimedia movement is unique, and we have like a global perspective and as well a local one, and this is also in our advocacy activities is a very added value because we have also like concrete experience, or when we have like issues, those are like concrete issues, for instance, coming from our national chapters, and this is like really helpful as well in our advocacy activities because we don't talk about like theoretical violation of freedom of speech, for instance, or like intermediary, but really concrete cases, and this is like it's something very very good that gave us like a lot of credibility when we need to interact also with lawmakers, regulatory authorities, and also organization. Yeah, and I think we should continue, and like there should be a continual free flow information between like the different levels because this is like quite fundamental.
No, absolutely agree with Michele. I think we need to be together in the next years because these cases will be growing in many parts of the world. In addition, I want to mention that it's very crucial to have Wikimedians involved in the discussion, and I think it's crucial too. Like we are like in a point of the history which Wikipedia have like a different level of credibility. So at least in Wikimedia Mexico, we are organizing seminaries that can give like a broad perspective to the decision makers persons to have like in one school or in one training, all you need to know about the free and open knowledge. We made a partnering with a prominent university in Mexico that had the very first seminary of free knowledge. It was so cool. The name of the university was Flaxo. We organized a common course that have several modules to decision makers about what they need to know to be more open in the government and the institutions. Having modules like commons licenses, or open government, open data. Maybe we always tends to think, or we think that the decision makers have all the tools or all the knowledge behind the decision, and this is not true. We need to organize more training schools, more courses, more actions of learning, of clinics of learning to decision makers or judges or persons who are taking decisions to share our vision of the world. And we need to be very bold in that because, at least in the experience of Wikimedia Mexico having this training in this university, we never think that we will organize a formal academic program to share our vision of the world of free knowledge.
Thank you both. I think we can now move to the Q&A. I've actually been given two virtual questions, so we can maybe have at least one first, and then we'll open it to the like non-online participants. So I think the first question is, compared to the past, today and moving forward, do you envision an increasing trend that individual Wikimedians have to defend themselves or be vocal about impact litigation, given that lots of countries are trying to catch up on laws to match advances online?
Well, yeah. Well, based on what I'm experiencing from my perspective, unfortunately, yes, I could see, as I said, an increasing number of slaps taking place in Europe. And also this is due because there are like more and more laws, and I don't know, I also think of, like, for instance, about like the protection of minor. This also, I'm quite sure that will be like a main issue in the future, because there are like privacy issues, and it's at first glance cannot appear like I mean, who is against protection of minors, but then, you know, when privacy issues come in, it's another story. And as Ivan said, I agree with him. We need to talk to lawmakers and not only them, like university, everyone, because the decision makers, they're not aware of how, for instance, Wikipedia and the Wikimedia model works, and this is quite crucial, exactly to avoid like litigation.
I'll also just say one of the kind of active litigations that we have currently was the Online Safety Act. Some of you may have seen. We were actually a joint claimant with a Wikimedian user. So I think that's a good kind of example of where we could be sometimes making these arguments together with the individual members of the community. Okay. I think we'll take a question from the room if anyone's got one. Okay.
Years ago, I started doing some DAM activities, but mostly by asking for content and open licenses to public institutions. And since then, I've shifted towards the litigation move. So I'm going to public institutions. I have a legal right to not just obtain the content, but also to obtain the license for reuse that's compatible to Wikipedia. This is just currently my hobby now, and I'm just wondering, I could imagine that you have more options to focus on than you have capacity. So is there at least a capacity to keep you informed? Are you seeking these contributions? Is there anything I can do if I'm doing the litigation anyway?
I think that's okay. I think that's a really good question. I've put my email address up there at the top in case people have kind of questions or thoughts, but also I think the legal at ticket queue, which is legal@wikimedia.org, that goes to a broader subset of our team and might be better suited for like more specific targeted questions. I think oftentimes, and this was something that was mentioned today, it's not that we're able to take on every case that we get brought, and they have to be a little bit there's a lot of factors at play when we're thinking about where to invest resources, and I appreciate that you kind of did mention that. But we always, I think, want to have an awareness of what's going on so that we can be making these arguments in tandem, and also so that we're not maybe kind of, you know, inadvertently saying something that might help your individual efforts. So I think please do let us know like kind of these issues, and if there's an opportunity, then that's great. Otherwise, it's just good to have that awareness.
In addition, I want to recognize and mention that in the recent years, the Wikimedia Foundation Legal Department is going work and sharing materials and sharing information about the public policy work that is doing in the world. So I think in the last years we have more experiences, we have events, we have bulletins that are more are putting into the public knowledge of the community that this is happening.
Question here? There's a microphone coming.
As you said, these cases take a long time and you need to be strategic about where you put your resources. Given that, I wondered, do you have any strategy about, also which cases, but also which partnerships? So I wondered, do you have any strategy in relation to big tech, where in some ways Wikimedia has converging interests and in many other ways has diverging interests?
I know we're running out of time, but I'll just quickly answer this question because I think it's a really good one. I know we've been talking about themes today, but a big one here has been that kind of networking, partnership building. Some of my colleagues here work for our global advocacy team. They do a lot of that kind of advocacy and partnership building. From our side, we do tend to, or I'll say for myself, I tend to kind of have good connections with big tech if they're looking for Wikimedia to be joining in as an amicus. However, I'll also stress that sometimes our interests diverge, right? And we want to make sure that there isn't that kind of really easy call for judges or regulators to kind of lump us in with those big tech folks. So we, again, need to be really strategic. A case that I didn't mention, but there is a diff post on, I'm 90% sure, is Anderson v. TikTok, which is a case against TikTok for their algorithm. We joined on as an amicus because we have an interest in that kind of how content algorithmic recommender systems are regulated. So that's kind of a specific point. But I think from a broader perspective, we do, I think, spend a lot of our work building some of these partnerships with civil society generally, and then also big tech. Thank you. We are definitely out of time. I'm going to be around for obviously the rest of the conference, the rest of the day. This is my work and my expertise, so anyone who's got questions, concerns, thoughts, please feel free to grab me. I'd love to chat. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, everyone. The session ends now. We'll be back at the break by 2 p.m. to continue the session. So thank you very much, and bye for now.
1, 2. Two. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2.
it was the only room that had seats available, right? Nice. Great. So you're more interested in like making more connections. Yes, nice. Anyone else that wants to share why they are interested in this session? Great, nice. And how many of you knows anything about like digital public goods or like that framework? Like, have you ever heard about it? Sort of, more or less. Not so sure. Did you know that Wikipedia is a digital public good? Yes, like that one you knew. Nice. And do you know anything about the Digital Public Good Alliance? No, neither. Okay, so like you're gonna be presented with all new topics. So like start digesting your food and like pay attention. And we're waiting for the speakers that are actually mainly be joining us online. And I'm gonna go ahead and introduce themselves while Tech finishes setting up the screen. Honestly, I'm here mainly doing like master of ceremonies. That's my main role. And I'll be taking your questions and help the conversation move forward. So today we're going to have Catalina Frigerio Dadwiller. She's a lawyer specializing in technology, privacy, and regulation. She holds a master's degree in economic analysis of law by the Erasmus Mundus program of the European Union and an MPA in digital technology and policy from University College London, in addition to a diploma in intellectual property. She has experience advising private and public and other organizations on personal data, intellectual property, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence, and she's currently working as Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Wikimedia Chile, where she promotes the open platform model for knowledge generation to both decision makers and the public. Oh, perfect, and she's here, like, like now you can see her. We are also gonna hear from Bolaji Ashodeshi. He's a software engineer and developer advocate, and he's the digital public good evangelist and technical coordinator at the Digital Public Goods Alliance, where he works to support the growth of open source technologies and digital public goods for digital transformation and social impact. He has spent the past years working at the intersection of web engineering, data developer relations, technical writing, and many more like activities related to technical aspects. And I don't know if we happen to have Bolaji on the screen already or not.
I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, great, amazing. Welcome, Bolaji. And then last but not least, good old friend of mine, Alek Tarkowski. He's the co-founder and director of strategy at Open Future, a think tank for the digital commons, and a board member at Wikimedia Europe. He has 20 years of experience with movement activism and advocacy work for openness and the digital commons. In the past, he has been involved in the Wikimedia movement strategy process, co-chaired the Creative Commons network strategy process, sat on the board of Creative Commons, and co-founded Comunia, the Association for the Digital Public Domain, and founded the Polish digital think tank, Centrum Cyfrowe. So I don't know if we have Alex on screen too. And with the presentations, like I guess that, hey, Alec, how are you? He's joining us from a very like nice place, apparently. He has like a forestry background. Okay, so I don't know who wants to start. Do you have slides to present, Catalina? Great, amazing.
Yes. Bolaji is going to be projecting?
No, we're not seeing the slides.
Yeah, I think it's not up yet. Just give it a second.
Sorry, I thought we could project the slides.
And would they prefer to project it? We could also just send them a link or something.
Yes.
Try.
Well, in the meantime, while we're trying to set this up, like, can you think of any other like platform or tool that could be classified as additional public good? Something that comes to your mind? Wikidata. I mean, isn't like the Wikipedia already included on Wikidata, or like they are like different? That's an interesting question that we could ask Bolaji and see like what does he think. Whether like great, amazing. Okay, we have the slides now, so I can stop asking random questions. I'm not a speaker, but that's okay. And I don't know who is going to start. Catalina.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Well, we are going to start with an opening question. Well, Evelyn introduced you a little bit with this idea, but our opening question is, what comes to your mind when we talk about digital public goods? So you can scan this QR code. We'll use Menti for this and give you 1 or 2 minutes for you to share your answers.
Beeping has already given an answer, which is Wikidata. But you can think about others.
Yeah, we're not thinking about technical responses. You can also give a response from your heart.
like the one that is already on the screen, sharing is caring. That's
yes,
like very much a response from the heart.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that is experiencing technical difficulties with Menti that wants to say like what comes to their mind out loud?
Nice. So sharing is caring, anti-capitalism, technology solutions for common good, Fediverse, Wikidata, archives, open source software. Open source software applications available to all, tragedy of the commons, intangible assets on the internet which help propel humanity forward, tech for good again, institutional information, products in the net to serve public for free, like public goods, heritage, water, etc., but for digital stuff, history preservation, freedom for everyone to use tools they need, Wikimedia Commons photos of museum pieces, free and open, voluntarism, digital goods that are net positive to the world, and digital commons. Okay, so this is interesting. We will be talking about this concept. First, Bolaji, who is from the Digital Public Goods Alliance, will explain the concept of digital public goods so we can have an understanding of this important concept. As you know, Wikipedia was recently recognized as a digital public good. So what does it mean? What do you have to fulfill to be recognized as a digital public goods by the Alliance? Then I will be talking about the commons, and later Alec will be talking about digital public infrastructure. And to give you a little bit of context, this session was born because we are currently working, we are part of a working group in the advocacy network, which is starting to build a common language in Wikimedia. Usually it's very difficult to explain what the Wikimedia model is to the decision makers. And these concepts, as you can see, have different interpretations. So after, I think, more or less 3 or 4 months of getting together and talking about what do we understand from the Wikimedia model, we came up with these three concepts which are currently being discussed in many policy debates. And we realize Wikimedia fulfills the three definitions. And in this way, we can explain its value to decision makers. We're going to have more details once we develop the concepts, and you will understand why is this important for our policy discussions. So, Bolaji, please be my guest.
Thank you very much, Catalina. I hope you can all hear me very well. And yeah, hi everyone. I think it's afternoon where you are at now, and I trust your lunch went well. Bolaji Ayodele, as Evelyn mentioned earlier, I'm the DPG Evangelist and Technical Coordinator at the Digital Public Goods Alliance. I know it's a bunch of words, and hopefully we could get to clarify that. I think that's why we're here today, so we could demystify many of those words. As I was just looking at the different answers everyone was giving around what digital public goods are, and I'm more happy to confirm that many of that is like very correct, and it fits into the different ethos around why we have digital public goods. I liked how someone referred it to actually public goods, and that's actually the ethos behind why there's digital public goods. So when you think of a public good and the main principles around non-exclusivity and non-rivalry, meaning that you can't stop someone else from taking from that good, and if someone else takes from that good, it doesn't take anything away from you. And it's the same principle we have that makes digital public goods, right? And so when we think about digital public goods, we first think about open source solution, which I think many of you are familiar with, and that's like the ground foundation of that. But we often say that digital public goods goes beyond open source solution. As such, all digital public goods are open source solutions, but not all open source solutions are digital public goods. And I think that's why we're here today, to figure out, okay, so what makes Wikipedia, for example, different from every other open source solution that make them digital public goods? And to start there, I'll probably just give you like the main components. We often say that digital public goods have three extra components that make them different from every other open source solution. And one being that they help advance the United Nations SDGs. They do no harm by design, and they adhere to certain privacy and applicable laws. And you might be familiar with the SDGs. These are like 17 interconnected global goals that have been in existence for quite some time now, and they are channeled around different focus areas to help solve a sustainable future. And this has been ongoing for years. There's been several work going into that from different sectors, and digital public goods is one aspect to also try to solve that from the tech and IT space. So we have that one core focus area, and then we have the do no harm by design components, which speaks as to how these solutions are being designed. And you'd hear me say this a lot because when we come to like public goods, we talk about how they're designed, what thought went into these solutions. And oftentimes, perhaps if you're an engineer, you figure out that engineers are more so concerned about, just the tech and the technical aspect of the solution and not more so how it affects people. And so this brings together the entire idea around how you actually build with certain components in mind. And so we'd run through a few of that, and you would see how also Wikipedia aligns very well with this. And for us to operationalize this definition, we have what we call the DPG standard, which is a set of 9 indicators. You can see them on the screen. I hope you can see them well, that determines different components of DPGs. And this is a process that was co-created also with the community, and is also one that is evolving over time. And for example, the first one is what I already mentioned. The solution is relevant to the United Nations SDGs. In the case of Wikipedia, for example, they're aligned with the SDG for quality education, SDG for sustainable development, and all of those different components. I think Wikipedia has about 4 SDGs that they align with. And the second indicator refers to the use of approved open licenses. As you may be aware of, for you to be an open source solution, you must have a license. And this license shows how you adhere to for example, the 4 freedoms of open source, that shows the fact that someone could reuse your solution, could modify your solution in ways that your license define. And so you could find yourself using either a permissive license, a copyleft license. We won't go into much of this details now, but we expect digital public goods to have this, which shows how others could also reuse that solution, because that's one strong component of public goods, is that they could be reused in different contexts. They could be reused in different different use cases, multiple use cases. So you have one solution used by 5 different persons. It doesn't take away from the main source, and then you have sustainability also continuing to move because everyone is also building different scopes around them. And so, for example, in the case of Wikipedia, you find that there are also even other solutions that are also being built on top of that. And Wikidata, for example, would also perhaps become a digital public good soon, and that's also in the process. And you see that even for Wikidata, you already have digital public goods that are built on top of that, even without an entire process ongoing. And so the third indicator is clear ownership, which speaks to the individual entity organization behind the solution. And it's more so speaking to the accountability, who's responsible for the solution. And so we ensure we desire that all digital public goods would have that. And I think we'll speak a bit more about even digital commons soon, which even goes a bit more further in terms of the governance aspect of this solution. And the fourth one is platform independence. And this is one that often gets a bit tricky, but I think I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. For solutions that have dependencies, which is often the case when it comes to digital public goods, every dependency you use ideally needs to also use an open license. And so if you have any dependency that doesn't have an open license, you have to do two things. You're either going to have to replace that, or you're going to have to prove that it's easy to replace those dependencies with open alternatives. And the idea around this is to avoid vendor lock-in, as such that people reusing your solution do not fall into a scenario where, well, even though the main solution is open source, the dependencies are not, and so I'm stuck between that entire life cycle. And so this applies the most to the open software category of DPGs, the open AI systems, and in some way also reflects in how we also take a look at open data and open contents. And for example, Wikipedia is an example of open content digital public good. So in most sense, this might not directly apply to them because they do not have like core software dependencies in that scenario. And so what you often see in this aspect is that, for example, a solution might use components like Redis and the others that do not have an open license in terms of the approval around that process. And so you would rather then have to provide an alternative around how others could reuse your solution without having to use Redis, for example, with like other open alternatives. And so that's the entire idea around platform independence. And then we have stuff like documentation, we have stuff like mechanism for extracting data, which speaks to what we refer to as non-PI data. So the solution is built to handle non-PI data, which is data that you cannot use to identify an individual. So stuff like content, you have to be sure that people could extract that data and import them in different variables. And so we expect that you use non-proprietary formats for that. And so, for example, in the case of Wikipedia, you could do that. You could extract data from Wikipedia, and it means that that data could be used also in many forms for research. And I mean, we're all here today also talking about like a lot of Wikimania projects, and most of the content we're using also is from Wikipedia. And you would see then that it allows people to also use that for more research purposes and everything around that. And then we have the other one around privacy and applicable laws, and then we have best practices and standards. And all of this speaks to the interoperability aspect of the solution, which means that the fact that they adhere to certain standards means that they could be used across different jurisdictions, they could be used across different sectors, and it allows for different solutions to speak together. And so Alex soon would also speak about digital public infrastructure, and we'll see how all of this ties together, because the ability for these solutions to be composable, the fact that they are modular by design, allows for you to pull together multiple solutions in ways that enable data exchange, in ways that also mean that you could have like a more even robust infrastructure around all of these solutions. And so then we have stuff like the last indicator being the do no harm components, and this speaks to stuff around security, what thoughts went to designing the solution, how you're handling PI data. If you're collecting, for example, emails, what mechanisms do you have around that? Are you anonymizing data? Are you collecting enough information that is sufficient for the run of the solution, and not just collecting as much information as you want? So all these components goes into how we think about digital public goods. And all of this is to say then that we expect those developing the solution to think about these things. And it's not the case when you think about just open source generally. You could build an open source solution and not care about some of these processes. And so for you to be a digital public good means then that you care about people, you care about the do no harm aspect of your solution. So it goes into how you actually develop them. And so in summary, like in general, when you think about digital public goods, you're thinking about reusability, you're thinking about openness, you're thinking about interoperability. And all of these are components that enable DPGs to be reused across different countries, different stakeholders. You have, for example, someone in Nigeria, where I'm based, is reusing the solution built by someone in Nairobi, and then someone in Chile. And so that's the entire concept around how the solutions are built. And so it means that anyone can assess it for their specific needs. You could reuse that based on also specific use cases, and it also enables countries to also enhance their digital public infrastructure. You could customize it based on different contexts. With vendor locking out of the way, also it offers ways for you to implement them in different capacities, and it also helps in terms of building local capacity, because in this sense, I think someone mentioned volunteerism in the earlier poll, and that's one component of DPGs, because it's often built also by a community of people who care about the solution. And so these are the general ethos around what way we think about digital public goods. And yeah, I'm more than happy to receive questions at the end. I think as we move forward to the other sessions, we would see how all of these concepts tie together to like solutions that are also for the people and that solve social impact problems. I think I hand it over to you, Catalina.
Thank you, Volati, for the detailed presentation. Very interesting. And well, I think digital public goods is usually confused with this term, commons. Well, first, when we talk about commons, we talk about resources that are shared, that are protected, and they're available for all. And this idea is actually very old. It comes from the Roman law, where there was a category called res communis. There are things that belong to everyone, such as the sunlight, the air, and they were understood as resources that are enjoyed by all. And this was different than res public, which is public property owned by the state, okay? But today, with the digital age, these concepts have evolved and they have a new life, and Wikimedia is an example of this evolution. And sometimes it's actually confusing, because digital commons is used in many different ways, but today I wanna emphasize two of them. The first is public resources that belong to everyone, and this is really related to the original Roman concept, such as freely accessible knowledge. So if we want freely accessible knowledge to thrive for the public good, we need a strong public domain and we need open licensing. But the second concept, and this is the one we wanted to emphasize in the group, is related to governance, okay? So digital commons then are shared resources that are collectively managed, produced, and governed by a community, independent of market ownership and state ownership. As you can see, Wikimedia projects fit both definitions, but what we think is truly unique about Wikimedia projects is the second one, the community governance, because behind these projects, there's a volunteer of communities that decide how these resources are built, are maintained, and are protected, aside from private control or state control. This is what actually makes, for example, Wikipedia another online platform, and that is usually overseen by decision makers, okay? So the actual value is that we need to agree in this community, because resources are collectively stewarded by a global volunteer communities. So this makes it a democratic process, because we decide how it's sourced, how is it structured, and for example, in content moderation, this is really important. And it's a different model than the ones that usually conventional online platforms have. And as I said, it's usually overseen by regulators. And this is actually another term that has been used, the practice of commoning. That means the content is co-created, curated, and governed through transparent rules, community consensus, and peer review, and not through corporate hierarchies or market logic. Okay, so we don't have, for example, Mark Zuckerberg saying what should be online or not. and this makes it a great value. Wikimedia is the most successful example of this. Well, here, well, this was the previous slide, but this model has been having a lot of challenges with the rise of artificial intelligence, because the Wikimedia model is being used in an unprecedented scale. As you have noted, many of these AI tools have been mining Wikidata and Wikipedia, and they haven't been respecting these rules which the group decides to govern these platforms. So this is something that is still being under study, because they are collapsing the servers, they're using this information that is uploaded for the public good, but at the same time is being used for corporate and private interests. So we don't have still an answer for that. Also, in relation to internet global regulation, usually, and as I said before, platforms are treated the same, and they don't usually, they talk a lot about what they don't want for the internet, but we don't talk about what we do want for the internet. So in this sense, we have been advocating with a strong message for the positive vision of the internet we want. Of course, we don't want misinformation or disinformation, but we also should think about what we do want. We want digital public goods governed as commons that function as a digital public infrastructure, and the best example is the Wikimedia models. So if we don't understand these differences, we won't be able to explain policymakers the value of these models. So what do we need? We need to support these communities, because what makes us different is that governance matters. So actually knowledge is created through communities, and I think this is really important because we are not just a top-down, knowledge is not being created top-down from a state saying what do you want to create. It's the communities that decide how do you want to construct and build knowledge. So we need recognition on this type of communities governance. We need to recognize this difference. We need to protect diversity for knowledge to be built by whom. And also these models safeguards privacy, which also it's important for the definition of digital public goods, which I think is a very important point of value in also the definitions that I'm giving. So Alec, I'm going to give you the word now.
Okay, hello everyone. So I will talk about one more concept. I can imagine that by now you feel that you've heard about two very relevant and useful concepts to describe Wikipedia and its sister projects. I will try to make a case for one more relatively complex policy concept and why it is today important and useful. And it is the concept of digital public infrastructure. And I think compared to the other two concepts, maybe you can have a sense that it's least maybe in some ways applies to Wikimedia, but let me explain why this is important. It is a concept that emerged already probably almost 10 years ago in international policy debates, spearheaded mainly by BRICS countries. So India is a strong champion of this idea. And usually if someone mentions examples of digital public infrastructure, or the typical way to describe it is the acronym DPI, very quickly Indian model is mentioned. Brazil is a big champion of DPI. So this is, I think it's worth understanding that this idea sort of comes from these countries which are now undergoing efforts to do very strong digitization. And this is maybe the quickest reason before I go on to explain this concept, why it is maybe important to pay attention to it. It is really a concept that a lot of policymakers in a lot of countries around the world are really interested in understanding and are interested in building these digital public infrastructures. Are they something new? One answer is this is nothing new. Basically, this is a new fancy term to describe digitization efforts by governments. This is nothing new. Probably for at least 30 years since we have the internet, governments have tried to build some kind of infrastructure that is obviously digital and in some way public. And so I think the key question is, what does it mean that this infrastructure is public? Because we also have a lot of private digital infrastructure. And as Catalina already mentioned, a lot of the challenge today is actually that we sometimes feel all of it is private. In the initial Mentimeter survey, someone say, when you hear digital public goods, what do you think of? And they said anti-capitalism. That's also maybe a very nice, quick way of understanding this concept. It's not necessarily anti-capitalist. This is, I think the reference is rarely made, but you can think of it as an infrastructures that support some kind of alternatives. And here, of course, people will differ. Probably if you're a big government, you will not think of very radical alternatives. But still, digital public infrastructures are really meant to be alternative infrastructures. And the most typical one today are built by states. Also, why this concept, maybe if you know a bit about it, feels detached from Wikipedia. The most typical debates today in the world about DPIs are about things like payments and identity systems. So for instance, that's what India did. India created a public infrastructure to identify in a digital way citizens and to enable payments. But the concept is relevant because it can be extended. Probably if it was just about payments, business transactions, citizens, citizen services, we'd feel this is not relevant. But you can make the broader claim that digital public infrastructure is also important because these can be all sorts of platforms and services that relate to communication, to social life, and to knowledge, education, and to sharing. And especially, as you can imagine, I think ideas around knowledge sharing come very close to Wikimedia. So I think this is a good moment to give some clarity on the concept. And by the way, I think one thing worth explaining is, as you probably saw, the digital public goods of these three concepts are the one that really by now have a very clear, not just definition, but like a framework for thinking about it. And I think this is a big advantage of the concept. And Balázs, you explained it really well. Digital public infrastructure has various definitions, and there's no like clear-cut similar, framework to which you can apply a service or a platform and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. This is digital public infrastructure. So the sort of the definition I will present is the one that we supported our foundation, which really places things. The key issue is here understanding what it means to be public. Public is a concept that is not often, I think, mentioned when we talk about Wikimedia. We don't describe it as a public digital encyclopedia, but I think we could. I think in the work I do, this term is heard more and more often, alongside people who often talk about openness and sharing also start talking about, let's call it, publicness. And so public, a bit like open, is very hard to define. I think we all grasp what it means that something is public, but if you go into details, it can be confusing. So we think there are three key components to publicness. One is public access, and that basically means openness. If you want something to be publicly accessible, you should probably make it open, which can either mean open licensing or some of the other categories that Balázs you mentioned. So basically, digital public goods provide public access. Another is public function, or you can describe it as public purpose. And really, it's very hard to provide a more detailed definition, but we all probably have a sense that, for instance, if something supports public education, that's probably public. And if it supports learning by a very small group of elites, it's not public, right? Or if it serves only for someone to make money. But so typical public functions can relate to things like improving social welfare, or supporting some of the digital rights, also like right to education, right to information, right to expression. But the third thing, and this in turn is where I think the concept connects with digital commons, there needs to be some level of public control. This can mean public ownership, as in this is owned by the state. This is the typical example. But this doesn't need to necessarily be so. It can mean that there was public funding involved. Or that there is control, some form of public or democratic control over infrastructure that can be possibly privately owned. But if you apply these terms to Wikimedia, I think it's pretty clear that they all work very well. And again, relating to what Catalina said, this category of control of ownership is really fulfilled very strongly. And that's why I think it's important to talk about Wikimedia as digital public infrastructure, because it brings to this global debate a very strong example where really the control is in the hands of, associations, foundations, and communities. And this is really unique. But so to summarize, for me, this is a concept that maybe internally for debate within the Wikimedia movement, it doesn't explain a lot. I don't think it's that important to think internally, have conversations, oh, we are a digital public infrastructure. But I think there's a very high chance if you participate in various global fora and initiatives and policy debates about the future of the internet, you might hear this term. And then I think being able to explain why Wikimedia fits this term, I think can be very helpful for both promoting the cause of Wikimedia, but also shaping the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. And Catalina and Bolaji. So now we have a few more, a few minutes for questions. Actually, and I'm gonna do something that I didn't plan to do, but I'm actually gonna pay homage to my country of adoption, which is Uruguay, because actually the person that coined the term digital public infrastructure was someone from Uruguay, Guillermo Monsecchi. Like he said, we need digital public infrastructure the same way that we have roads and public sanitation systems. And Uruguay has been a really interesting case, because normally I know that people, when they think about the global south, they think about Brazil and India, and then anything below that or above that is often not really looked into in there. But Uruguay has a lot of interesting examples of how some of these terms have come to life, right? And so, for example, they just finished their 6th national. So they are in the process of building their 6th national digital government plan, which is going to last for the next 5 years, and that's a sort of a multi-stakeholder process where civil society, academia, other areas of government offer their commitments to building a digital society. And so things can range from obtaining more data on police surveillance systems to uploading digital heritage into the internet and actually building better metadata systems. And so Uruguay is right now in that process. They've received around 250 proposals coming from different areas of civil society, the government, etc., as I mentioned. And now they are in the process of figuring out which proposals will actually stay, which ones will be merged, and how the different areas of government are going to work with civil society towards the implementation. So it's a super interesting case, I would say, that tries to combine the things that Catalina, Bolaji, and Alec were bringing to the conversation. I don't know if anyone has any questions, any comments that you would like to say. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Valentin or Renvoy in Wikipedia projects. Sorry. I'm board member of Wikimedia Ukraine and also work with various commissions and within Wikimedia Foundation and adjacent to that. It's very interesting concept generally. I like how it sounds, but the problem is, I think, that it's just not known enough in general public. So I went on the Wikipedia page of Google digital public goods, and now it's available in English and in Portuguese versions. Now, so it's very good to think of framing Wikipedia as this unique stuff that's holding world together, sort of. But I think we need to, promote it a little bit more, probably in our own countries, because even I'm thinking how I would translate digital public goods in my language, and I'm struggling right now. Okay. So even if I will go to some parliamentarian and describe, Wikipedia is this thing, he might be confused, or she, as to what it is. So it's very interesting concept, although a little bit more complicated. So maybe a bit more communication into easy style communication, what it is, explaining it would be better. But generally, it's very interesting.
Great, thanks, Valentin. Anyone has another question? I think that maybe, yeah, maybe to some, yes, go ahead, Catalina.
Yes, I wanted to reply. Thank you for sharing, and I completely agree with you. But that's the idea of our working group. We started early this year, and we are discussing this on a technical level that it's not easy. So our first mission is to get it done for decision makers, and then create another product which is more easily understandable for the communities and for common people, which will be a challenge actually. But this is work in progress still. We are still presenting these concepts, but we will continue working. And the idea is to understand what are the implications of Wikimedia projects being these three concepts at the same time. What are the concrete asks for decision makers? But we all agree that there are very abstract terms, and our idea is the group was born because of this necessity, because of this need of explaining the Wikimedia model. And always for me, even to my mother, it's kind of the idea, and we're working for that. Hopefully by the end of the year, we will.
Can I also reply? I also think these admittedly complex concepts, the best use for them is when you can realize they are, for instance, you're doing some advocacy work on behalf of Wikimedia in your country, and you realize there are good examples in your country. For instance, in Ukraine, the app you probably know very well, Dia, which is like a citizen app people have on their phone, is globally considered an amazing example of a digital public infrastructure. So in theory, if you had an opportunity to meet the Ministry of Digital Affairs, which is, by the way, pretty progressive, I'm impressed by them. I live in Poland, by the way. I don't know if it's mentioned, so I can observe efforts in Ukraine. You could say, well, this is interesting because Wikimedia has similar characteristics to your flagship digital projects. Maybe then you can have a conversation where it goes, okay, this is interesting. In a situation where I think historically the kind of similar sort of sister projects we would look for would be mainly free knowledge projects. You would say Wikimedia, I would at least do that, open access articles, some other efforts, maybe OpenStreetMap, right? And I think what's interesting with these concepts is that you can start making connections with things that are much further, let's say, away in some ways. For instance, if you look at the registry of digital public goods, there's a lot of open source platforms that provide some kind of social services. For instance, platforms you can deploy in a country to offer, I don't know, some kind of welfare solutions. I think typically we would not think this is close to the Wikimedia, efforts, but I think with these concepts you can convince people that they share similarities, hopefully in a way that mutually supports both Wikimedia and these really important projects, because digital public goods are important basically in general.
Thank you, Alec. And I see that Bolaji has his hand up. So
Yes, Catalina and Alec brilliantly already answered that. And I was just going to add that in addition, I think generally, as you mentioned, that's one reason why community governance is important, because all of this is our responsibility. And so everyone is doing different efforts to ensure that this even thrives even more. As Alec mentioned, there's the registry, the DPG registry, where you could actually see more of the solutions. But beyond that, for example, the Digital Public Goods Alliance is that you have like different countries and NGOs and CSOs that come together around this STEM, for example. And it's one of the work that they do is to try to ensure that they could advance digital public goods. So in different countries where we have these members, this is being done. But again, we need more people involved, of course, to get the work being done more. So as Alec mentioned, it exists in different forms. There's more work to be done. And so we welcome everyone to also be a part of this process, even through the Wikimedia efforts, through even the Wikimedia page you mentioned, and through every other concept. And so we're glad that we can also, share this with you. So now you're aware, and then perhaps there's more ways to get that across, even in the context of also translating many of these things. So yeah, I think we all then would look at it as a community effort as part of why we consider this digital commons. Thank you for that great question. And I think also it was more than just a question, but also a recommendation. I think we can all do more with that.
Great. And maybe this is an idea. Right after the working group finishes its work, we could host an editathon or translathon with the Digital Public Good Alliance to bring some of those concepts into Wikipedia and Wikidata. Actually, more importantly. So I don't know if anyone else has any questions. We only have a few minutes left. I think everyone also is coming after lunch, so that's always a challenge. But I don't know if anyone else wants to add a final thoughts. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for attending the session, and Alec and Bolashi and Catalina for such a great introduction to these free concepts. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn, for connecting us with the real world.
Yes. No worries.
Greetings
Always
from
my
the
pleasure.
internet.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
see if there's a way to. Okay, I'm trying to move the slides, but they're not going. Okay, sorry, we're back in business now. I apologize for that. So now, as background on the development of the open access movement, we have to go back into the late 1990s, which really dates me. And I worked for the Open Society Foundation out of our office in Budapest. Now, the foundation supported a journals program which shipped hard copies of scientific journals to academies of sciences and universities in Central and Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. And at a budget meeting, our founder and funder asked that we come up with a new way to get the same scholarly content into the hands of those who needed it without actually physically shipping the journals. So this led to months of research, during which time we discovered new initiatives that were aiming to make scholarly journal content available online. These included the Open Archives Initiative, BioLine International, as well as Biomed Central, which had just launched. And a group of scientists had launched a petition asking that authors not submit their articles to any journals which did not make the content freely available after 6 months. And this became the Public Library of Science, which went on to launch their own journals. So working with the chair of my board and my director, we invited leaders who were exploring these alternative publishing models to a meeting in Budapest in December of 2001. We had 2 days of rich discussions, and at one point we tried to give a name to our ambition. And while we floated a few ideas such as open archives, we settled on open access. And the chair of my board, Isran Rev, turned to Peter Suber, who would become the godfather of the open access movement, and asked Peter to take the first stab of putting our ideas down on paper. And that's what became the Budapest Open Access Initiative, which offered the first definition of open access, which in essence is the free, immediate online availability of research articles. So the BOAI recommended 2 complementary strategies. 1, depositing versions of articles into institutional or subject-based repositories. And 2, the development of open access journals, which are made openly available to read online. So over the past 20 years, a global movement has driven open access from an untested concept into the mainstream. Yet to fully realize the promise of open access that was envisioned when the BOAI was launched, we must ensure that the systems we are building are equitable and allow anyone, anywhere to both access and contribute to the global record of scholarship. Today, approximately half of all research articles are open access and freely available to read, yet new barriers have been created for authors to publish. These barriers include the article processing charge, as well as the current research assessment system. And these challenges are not impacting authors evenly. At the same time, in the Global South, where some institutions have not had the funds to purchase journal subscriptions, leaders have developed their own systems and structures, including publishing platforms and repositories. What they have created is an ecosystem of community-led infrastructure and institutional support for publishing. Now, as I mentioned, while much has been achieved in terms of making articles openly available to read, new barriers have been created for authors to publish. So equitable models of open access do not charge authors to publish and are openly available online. OA journals which do not charge fees to read or publish in have become known as diamond journals. In addition, depositing versions of articles into institutional or subject-based repositories known as the green route also represents an equitable form of open access. These equitable models are supported by community-governed infrastructure similar to a public digital infrastructure for OA. On our major anniversaries, the BOAI has issued new recommendations, and our 20th centers on equity and emphasizes that open access is not an end in itself, but a means to further ends. Above all, it is a means to the equity, quality, usability, and sustainability of research. In speaking with leaders in the Global South, the first question I asked was why their countries support equitable open access. In Indonesia, I heard that the foundation of publishing centers on knowledge dissemination, emphasizing the importance of sustainable and accessible academic publishing models. There is a strong understanding that scientific publishing should be treated as a public good. An open science declaration was developed by the Central American University Superior Council, which emphasizes that their support for open access is grounded in the democratization of knowledge, which contributes to societal development. In Chile, journal publishing is regarded by the scientific community as part of research work. This is why most scientific journals are academy-led rather than commercial ventures. And in South Africa, inclusivity and social justice form the basis of their support. Now, the most common characteristic of countries that support equitable open access is governmental, institutional, and community funding for publishing infrastructure. In Turkey and Indonesia, we see governmental support for publishing infrastructure for diamond journals and repositories. Now, institutional support often comes from the faculties and departments within universities instead of the university library, which is somewhat common in the global north. Now, these faculties provide support for diamond journals directly by hiring journal editors and interns, as well as developing long-term plans for each journal, which include specific objectives for open science, including open peer review and open research data. And they also have biannual reviews by outside experts. And the institution provides centralized support for journal infrastructure, translation of metadata, and graphic design. In India, there is community support for a diamond platform for nonprofit scholarly societies and community-driven preprint servers. However, the development of equitable OA rooted in the knowledge dissemination is a public good, inclusion, and social justice could be undermined by commercial models. Such models being driven by the global north include the article processing charges, read and publish agreements, which further entrench the APC model in the current research assessment system, as well as a new model currently unique to Asia called the One Nation, One Subscription model. There is at least a threefold concern when it comes to APCs. One is challenging for many to pay the APCs, and this is especially problematic for those in the global south, those early in their careers, as well as those at under-resourced institutions globally. And we're seeing some diamond journals, unfortunately, adopting APCs, as well as diamond journals in the global south being purchased by commercial publishers, which then impose the APC model. Richter, a diamond journals initiative in Latin America, recently found out of their 1,700 journals that 137 of them have adopted the APC model since the pandemic. And I really believe that this is an area which requires more research. So Ariana Becerril Garcia, the executive director of Richter, has noted that establishing charges for authors risks undermining a structure designed to support researchers and keep public money within a publicly managed ecosystem. Now, the research assessment system strongly encourages scholars to publish in what they regard as highly reputable journals, particularly those with high impact factors. This pressure often leads to a compromise in academic integrity and the quality of research, as individuals prioritize meeting institutional demands and advancing their careers over producing genuinely impactful research. Now, currently unique to Asia, as I mentioned, India recently launched a one nation, one subscription model, which is a countrywide project that is expected to provide access to 13,000 online journals from 30 publishers to 18 million students, faculty, researchers, and scientists across 6,000 government-led institutions. The government will spend $723 million on these subscriptions over 3 years, and the government asserts that it is an India-specific solution for expanding knowledge access until a sustainable open access model is achieved globally. However, contrary to its intended goals of reducing subscription cost and improving access to scientific literature in India, some critics believe the ONUS project risks significantly increasing expenditure while delivering little in return. In its current form, total expenditure on the project is more than double earlier estimates, and capping APCs, one of the project's major aims, which sought to use savings from consolidating library subscriptions to fund APCs, has not been achieved. While it is not a model that supporters of equitable OA would like to see replicated elsewhere, Indonesia recently introduced and announced that it had adopted an ONUS program. So against this backdrop, we're seeing a rising call for closer collaboration to preserve the publishing ecosystem within these regions. University of South Africa has developed a research innovation strategy project, which aims to develop South-South collaborations to advance a decolonized publishing ecosystem, create partnerships for knowledge exchange and research sharing, develop projects including hosting the second Global Summit on Diamond OA, which was held in Cape Town last December, as well as developing communities of practice in the Global South. Sorry, something has happened here and my slides have disappeared. Okay, let me go back. There we are. Apologies. Okay, I think. Okay. Disapter Irwan has noted that in Indonesia, that when the Global South nations can collaborate to share resources to make their research more impactful and accessible without relying on expensive and often exclusive publishing platforms. If they work together and focus on the true goals of open science, they can create an inclusive academic community that benefits everyone. Now, we see closer collaboration and practice in Latin America through these leading open science initiatives. Now, this work is just a sampling of the rich experiences of those outside the global north that can be collected and shared more widely. And I would like to thank those who shared their time and expertise with me. To achieve the promise of open access is envisioned by the BOAI of uniting humanity in a common intellectual conversation and quest for knowledge. I believe we must promote an understanding of and appreciation for models centered on equitable open access. And I would like to thank Open Future Foundation for supporting this work. And here is a link to my paper. So thank you very much. And I'll stop sharing my slides and see if and welcome any.
Could you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. My name is Andrew. I am from Toronto, and I'm one of the editor-in-chief for Wiki Journal of Science. We currently reside in English Wikiversity, and we are a Diamond Open Access journal that is in the kind of the wiki environment. So one of the main critics for our model in the wiki environment is that, particularly for Wikipedia, we should not be encouraging publishing of like original research material in the in Wikipedia environment. So my question to you is, how do you think we could get around this while supporting the open access and also open research in the wiki environment, when we know that the existing environment is not very supportive or conducive to this initiative?
Thank you. Actually, our next session in the same room is about Wikimedia and open science, open access collaborations. So, but one suggestions I would have is if you can publish the research in the journal, which would then be peer reviewed, I would think if it's an academic journal, and then you could use that as a reference in any Wikipedia articles or Wikimedia projects. That's been a common way that the open access and open science communities have collaborated with Wikimedia projects in the past.
Actually, what WikiJournal has been doing for the past 11 years. And in fact, 2 of our free journals are already indexed into Scopus. Yet we continue to hear those criticisms. So it seems like this isn't something that could be resolved in just overnight, because there seems to be a really deep rift between the scientific and also the publishing community and the at least the Wikipedia community, which is actually will enable some of the goals you mentioned on your slides about the widespread dissemination of open knowledge.
Right. Well, I'd love to talk with you maybe more offline, because we have been working with the Wikimedia community for over a decade now. And we probably have many of the same contacts. And so we could discuss this more. But there has been support for projects which align both communities, and we'll have some examples of that in our next session.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Francisco from Italy. And thank you for your presentation. You presented very well the situation. I think I work in the academics, so I think you exposed very well the paradox of how open access, which aided, helped readers to have access to knowledge, but paradoxically helped to increase the diversities, increase the inequalities among the countries, or even inside the country among the different institutions which are more economically richer than the other. You presented a different solution provided by different countries. Do you think, what are the solutions that you think are more likely to work in most of the countries? Because of course this is a topic which must be challenged in the next years very, very carefully.
Right. Well, I think the 2 models which I have most hope for are the traditional model of depositing articles into repositories, different version of articles into either institutional or subject-based repositories. And this is a model that I think has just been very stable over the years, but doesn't get as much publicity or possibly interest, because it is just quite a basic method to make research openly available. Also, the rise of diamond journals, I think, holds much potential, and it's figuring out the sustainability models for these journals in different contexts, which I think will be key. And as I mentioned, in some countries, so Costa Rica is a great example of a country that is fully supporting diamond journals through the faculties within their universities. So it's just a matter of getting different streams and different levels of support for the journals instead of paying the journal subscriptions themselves. So I do have, I'm really interested in seeing the further development of diamond journals, and many of these have come out of Latin America, which pioneered the model. And I'd like to really hold up the great examples of equitable OA, which is coming from the global South, because I think too often many people take inspiration from models from the global North and they're adopted in the global South. But I'd really love to hold up the diamond models coming out of Latin America as an example that other countries can follow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Matthias. I'm just filling
hi,
in.
Matthias.
I'm just filling in the gap to say thank you for your presentation, and I love your work, and it's as important as it can get. So please continue what you're doing, and thank you again. That wasn't a question.
Well, thank
just a
you so
statement.
much. Thank you, and thank you all for your participation. Now,
Also,
look forward to seeing some of you possibly in the next session.
We miss you, Melissa. Wish you were here.
Oh, thank you. I really miss being there. All right, I'm going to sign off. Thank you. To you.
Lisa?
Yes, Julian.
Can you speak, please? Can you speak, please?
Yes. Shall I kick us off? Thank you. Welcome to our session. As I mentioned, this is a collaborative session, and we are going to be discussing open science for librarians, lessons learned and potential next steps. And this is a collaborative effort with 5 of us, and Julian is in the room, and unfortunately I'm remote. And as I mentioned, our colleague Eric is under the weather and is joining remotely. And Fernando will be joining remotely as well, and Alice will be there in person. So Julian, would you like to continue, or should I go ahead and do the introductions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
Next
you-
slide. Shall we all introduce ourselves? Is Alice there? I don't have eyes into the room.
Yes, I am. I don't know if you can hear me well. So I'm Alice Chibombo. I'm wearing my Wikimedian cap now, but in my 9 to 5, I just check in books, check them out, side-eye people through my glasses, and find people for bringing back books late.
Of course, Alice is very modest. She's one of the main organizers of Wikimania.
Hi, I'm Julián. I'm from Wikimedistas de la Universidad Nacional de La Plata in Argentina. Fernando is a member of, a volunteer member of Wikimedistas too. So, well, Melissa, please.
Thank you. And I'm Melissa Hageman. I'm the director of the Budapest Open Access Initiative, which advocates how we came to this topic. And then also Julian will be discussing open science, and I'll be digging in a bit more to open access. And we'll be sharing some results of a survey which we conducted of Wikimedia affiliates and their interest in open science. And then Alice and Fernando and Julian will actually share some examples of open science and Wikimedia collaborations. And then we would welcome feedback on the survey and open it up for a discussion. So thank you. I think next slide. So as background, last year, Erica and I submitted separate proposals to Wikimania for collaborations around Wikimedia and open science. And thankfully, the organizers of Wikimania suggested that we combine our efforts and do one presentation. And so we've been collaborating ever since. So we're very grateful to last year's organizers for connecting us. And now we're excited that we're partnering with Julian and Fernando and Alice as well. We really believe that there's much potential for the open science and Wikimedia communities to collaborate and build synergies as we have the common goal of developing high quality, openly available content. Yet, as we've seen over the years, collaborations between the movements have been limited. Okay, Julian, over to you.
Okay. So I will to speak in Spanish in this part. Luisina will help me translating. No. Sorry. Bien, voy a hacer esta parte, iba a presentarla a Eric, le decíamos lo mejor porque estaba enfermo hoy, así que la verdad es que me siento más cómodo presentando su parte en español. Espero que se entienda.
This part at the very beginning was an idea that Eric Luth presented, but he's with COVID, so he will not be there here. So Julian will present now in Spanish. He feels comfortable with that, so I will try to make the translate.
Bien, cuando hablamos de ciencia abierta, estamos hablando de todo un conjunto de iniciativas y conceptos o concepciones de la ciencia que se cristalizan en una recomendación que realizó la UNESCO en 2021.
When we talk about open science, we are talking about a number of initiatives that are conceptualized in a recommendation made by UNESCO about open science in 2021.
No obstante eso, sí es necesario tener en cuenta que, bueno, que en esta recomendación reúne una serie de aspectos que están orientados al diseño de políticas públicas por parte de los estados y las universidades.
Sorry, again.
Sorry. La recomendación de la UNESCO sienta las bases para que los estados puedan realizar actividades que están vinculadas al desarrollo de políticas en ciencia abierta, articulando las universidades con los sistemas de ciencia y tecnología.
This recommendation helps the countries to adopt national open science guidelines that relate this work within universities and open science.
Scientific systems.
Scientific systems.
Desde la publicación de esta recomendación, pero podríamos ir un poquito más atrás en el tiempo, cada vez más países se están adecuando a estas recomendaciones para tener una ciencia más abierta.
Since this recommendation was created or done in 2021, but beyond this recommendation, more and more countries are adopting national open science guidelines to approach this information in their public policy work and advocating towards universities.
Generalmente estas recomendaciones, este conjunto de recomendaciones, incluyen varias áreas que vamos a mencionar de manera muy sucinta, muy somera.
These recommendations generally include different areas that we are going to mention now in a brief or in a summary way.
Bien, por un lado, tal vez el aspecto más conocido de la ciencia abierta, el más difundido, que tiene que ver con el acceso abierto a las publicaciones científicas.
the one that is known from everyone is the point related with open access to scientific publications.
Por otro lado, los datos abiertos y la apertura de metadatos de acuerdo a los principios FAIR.
Also, the open access to research data and metadata being related with FAIR principles.
En otro sentido, la apertura de las metodologías de investigación y de los procesos investigativos que van desde el diseño de las problemáticas, de los problemas de investigación, hasta la publicación y la evaluación de los datos.
Okay, in other sense, also the open research methods that are related with research, open software and open source methods, and also the evaluation of them.
Por otro lado, los recursos educativos abiertos son un elemento central en estas recomendaciones, pensando en términos formativos de la ciencia abierta.
Also, the open educational resources are central in this process thinking the training through these open educational sources.
Y por último, dos grandes conjuntos. Por un lado, las iniciativas en ciencia ciudadana y por otro lado, el desarrollo de infraestructura que apoye la ciencia abierta.
And the last 2 points that are really important, the ones that are related with science, citizen science, and also the ones that are related with infrastructures to support open science and all this process that is related with the research.
Bien, respecto a cuál es la articulación posible entre Wikimedia y ciencia abierta, tenemos muchas aristas, muchas dimensiones.
Well, and related with the engagement with the Wikimedia ecosystem, we have different opportunities and challenges.
Por un lado, Wikimedia la ciencia abierta, perdón, puede dar acceso a los voluntarios, a los editores, mejorando la cantidad de fuentes abiertas o disponibles.
Well, first of all, this engagement can give volunteers access to more articles and research publications. Sources.
Involucra además a los wikimedistas con los procesos de investigación, sea en la comunicación como en la realización de investigaciones en los ecosistemas Wikimedia.
So also this engagement can involve Wikimedians in the research process, in the communication of that process, and also researching within the Wikimedia projects.
Pone a Wikidata en un lugar central como infraestructura de datos abiertos para vincular bases de datos abiertas, para servir como campo para la realización de investigaciones o como infraestructura para la realización de investigaciones. Y eso.
Make Wikidata the central point for research projects and also to reuse the research data as a field of a data system that can help all the process of researching.
Por último, hay una cuestión sinérgica, un aspecto sinérgico con Wikimedia, en tanto aumenta la credibilidad, digamos, de los procesos de investigación y el entendimiento sobre los procesos de investigación. De la misma manera...
Okay.
Pensé que...
No, okay. There is I don't know if the words exist, that it's synergy between the Wikimedia ecosystem and the researching process.
Aumentando la credibilidad.
Helping to the verificability and the trust on that systems.
Yeah. Bien. se abre una serie de desafíos. Por un lado, las cuestiones que tienen que ver con el copyright como barrera en el conocimiento y en la producción de conocimiento y el compartir conocimiento.
So here we have some challenges to overcome. In one point, the strict copyright rules is always a barrier, both for the Wikimedia ecosystem and also for the researchers that are outside the Wikimedia ecosystem.
Por otro lado, hay dos grandes desafíos que están vinculados entre sí. Generalmente, el ecosistema Wikimedia no está tan promovido como un aliado de la ciencia abierta.
Decir otro.
Que el sistema... bien. Y las universidades están interesadas en general encontramos que las universidades están interesadas en vincular procesos de investigación con la ciencia abierta, pero muchas veces a niveles nacionales que trascienden lo local no encontramos políticas que estén profundizando esa relación entre Wikimedia y la ciencia abierta.
And there are two big challenges. One is that Wikimedia not always seen as a research ally, but can be. And the other is that universities are interested, but governments not. So in that point, we need these public policies that can approach this proposal of using or engaging Wikimedia and open science, but this is a challenge that we are facing right now in Argentina, I suppose.
Sí.
Okay.
Y bueno, y hay cuestiones contextuales también que tienen que ver con las situaciones que vivimos, por ejemplo, en el sur global y cuestiones que atienden o que tienen que ver con la urgencia del desarrollo de la ciencia en general y de la ciencia abierta en particular.
And there are also contextualized problems or challenges that are related with the development of the science in general, in particular in the global south.
Alice? Melissa?
Do the background on open access. As I mentioned in the earlier presentation, apologies to those who may have been in the room, but the Budapest Open Access Initiative, or the BOAI, offered the first definition of open access, which in essence is the free, immediate, online availability of peer-reviewed research. And the BOAI offered two complementary strategies for achieving OA. One, the development of open access journals, or journals which are openly available to read. And the second, the development of institutional subject-based repositories where authors can deposit copies of their articles and make them openly available online. In addition, the open access movement developed the strategy of advocating for public access to publicly funded research, which is really key to making more research content openly available. Next slide, please. Over the past 20 years, a global movement has really driven open access from an untested concept into the mainstream. Yet to fully realize the vision that the BOAI had when we launched, we must ensure that the systems we are building are equitable and enable anyone, anywhere to both access and contribute to the global record of scholarship. Today, approximately half of all research articles are openly available to read. And during the pandemic, 79% of research articles on COVID-19 were open access, and many have concluded that open access to COVID-19 research quickly became the new normal for biomedicine, with available findings directly impacting the development of treatments and protocols. Next slide, please. With half of all the research articles are open access and freely available to read, new barriers have been created for authors to publish. And these include the article processing charges, which some publishers require for authors to publish in their open access journals, as well as read and publish agreements, which further entrench the APC model. And these barriers are not impacting authors evenly and are especially problematic for those in the global south, as well as those early in their careers and those at under-resourced institutions globally. Next slide. Through collaborations with the open access communities, Wikimedians can help to advocate for open access, thereby strengthening the open access movement and making more peer-reviewed research articles openly available. In addition, there are potential synergies, as was mentioned earlier, for Wikimedia through collaboration with a like-minded open access to knowledge movement. In the past, we have supported Wikimedians to attend open access events and open access advocates to attend Wikimania. Now, Julian and Fernando and Alice will share examples of collaborations between the two communities, but one project, the OA Signaling Project, is a direct result of this cross-pollination of the two communities. The Signaling Project was developed to signal to readers whether a particular reference in a Wikipedia article is open access. It spares readers the disappointment of clicking through to the resource only to find out that they do not have access rights to read it. The scheme is also useful for editors who can see at a glance whether a given resource could be licensed in a way that allows for reuse. Okay, next slide and handing it back to you.
Bien, hace algunos meses Eric y Melissa comenzaron a diseñar una encuesta afiliados y diferentes tipos a la ciencia abierta, por un lado, y en particular, bueno, también al acceso abierto.
This initial mapping intended to help build stronger connections among affiliates and lay the groundwork for increased capacity building, knowledge sharing, and coordination around open science and open access.
Sí, la idea, la realización de la encuesta fue durante la primavera del 2025 en el norte y el otoño en el sur, y se desarrolló en español y en inglés.
This survey was conducted in spring 2025 and was developed in Spanish and English.
Bien. Los resultados de la encuesta están disponibles en el enlace que luego les compartiremos. Lo que pudimos ver es cuestiones que tienen que ver con el interés de los afiliados en desarrollar actividades vinculadas a la ciencia abierta, y por otro lado, bueno, esto hasta ahora.
Okay, the summary of the survey is linked in this presentation, and we have like two big results. The first one is the access interest in forming an open science network among Wikimedia affiliates.
Bien, y el segundo es el interés en desarrollar actividades en el marco de los afiliados y de los planes estratégicos vinculados a ciencia abierta.
And the second was related with the interest that the affiliates had to develop these kind of activities related to open science.
Sí. Contestaron 36 afiliados, capítulos, grupos de usuarios y redes temáticas de diferentes lugares del mundo. No es significativa esta tasa de respuesta, pero sí nos permite comenzar a mapear el escenario a nivel global.
Okay, 36 affiliates responded to this survey between chapters, user groups, and thematic networks. It's not representative at all of in relation to the movement, but yes, it's an initial mapping to us to start working in this process.
Bueno, acá están los los afiliados, perdón, que han contestado la encuesta.
Here we have the chapters that are in the dots in the map that answered this survey.
Lo que observamos es un fuerte interés en el desarrollo y en la profundización de actividades y programas vinculados a la ciencia abierta en el marco de los planes estratégicos de los afiliados.
One of the key findings was that there are a strong interest, the 90% of the people answered that, to being informed of or engaged in open science activities within the movement.
Y por otro lado, vemos que hay un montón de cosas que ya se están haciendo vinculadas a la ciencia abierta en diferentes afiliados de los que contestaron, pero no siempre están enmarcados en programas de ciencia abierta a nivel estratégico.
And on the other hand, what we saw was that more activities than envisioned already exist in the movement, but they are not always framed in the open science approach. ¿Está bien?
Sí, a nivel estratégico.
In an strategic view.
Bien. Tenemos muchas áreas de trabajo en los afiliados. Por una cuestión de justicia al tiempo no las vamos a desarrollar todas, pero básicamente, esto lo podrán ver en el reporte, básicamente encontramos un gran abanico de áreas de trabajo dentro de los afiliados que van desde cuestiones de advocacy hasta cuestiones vinculadas a la ciencia ciudadana y el desarrollo de recursos educativos abiertos en proyectos Wikimedia.
We found different areas of work with affiliates. We are not going to say all of them because of time, but we can say that we have, from one hand, the advocacy for better legislation and policies, and also the work related with open educational resources, and the last one?
Esa.
That one? Okay.
Y ciencia ciudadana.
And citizen science.
Bien, surge de esta encuesta potencialidades respecto a la colaboración entre afiliados e instituciones vinculadas a ciencia abierta.
Also, we have the results of potential areas of collaboration among affiliates with the result of the survey.
Por un lado, buscar financiamientos y buscar oportunidades para desarrollar más la ciencia abierta en relación con Wikimedia.
Exploring funding opportunities for open science work in the Wikimedia movement.
Cuestiones que tienen que ver con la colaboración internacional dentro de los afiliados y con diferentes actores para promover las iniciativas en ciencia abierta.
International collaboration between affiliates and also other actors that can promote the open science.
And, iba a hablar en inglés, perdón. Comunicar y promover, digamos, a la ciencia abierta, a los proyectos en ciencia abierta, mediante el desarrollo de programas, de actividades que de alguna manera inviten a otros afiliados a sumarse a las iniciativas en ciencia abierta.
Communicate and also share projects related with open science that promote the participation of other affiliates that can be part of this experience.
Y el gran desafío en términos desde el lado de la investigación es adecuar más el contenido que está en los proyectos Wikimedia con los principios FAIR.
And the big challenge is finding ways to make Wikimedia content more aligned with the FAIR principles.
Teniendo en cuenta que esto es una cuestión que es muy necesaria para poder hacer ciencia abierta y utilizar los proyectos Wikimedia.
Take into account that this is a really important action to do if we want to approach Wikimedia projects with open science and research.
Sí. ¿Querés hablar vos?
Please allow me to address you standing up. These chairs are not for senior citizens, short senior citizens. My legs are short. I'm just cramping on that chair. So, I would like to present an example of these collaborations between the Wikimedia Foundation and the movement, the community in Africa. And AFLIA is not necessarily an affiliate, but it's a mission-aligned partner. AFLIA is it's an umbrella organization headquartered in Ghana, and it brings together, collects all sorts of information institutions in Africa, and under these, the members are able to organize themselves in working groups that can address thematic gaps or thematic content, but they are also able to benefit from the collective bargaining agency of the organization. So if you're familiar with the Wikimedia movement, then you're also familiar with the Knowledge Equity Fund. And as of June 2024, AFLIA was one of the 5 recipients of the Wikimedia Foundation's Knowledge Equity Fund. And the premise of that fund was a project which we called Iwipale, integrating Wikimedia projects into African library ecosystems. And we were also technically supported by Wikimedia Deutschland because we were building an instance of a Wikibase. And the genesis of that is when we looked at the authority control files, they were always leading to a resource that existed outside Africa. We looked deeper into Africa to see where the genesis of the problem is. Now let me put on my librarian cap. If you have worked with Koha and you know the Mark 100 records, you know that a lot of rubbish goes on in there. No standardized orthography, misspellings, all sorts of things go on there, people being mislabeled and that kind of thing. So our work wasn't being visible. That was the genesis of the Iwipale project. So we are a beneficiary of the Knowledge Equity Fund grant. And the project just aims to create semantic authority control files for resources in libraries through Wikibase. And then we're going to use these to link to Wikipedia and Wikidata, and then we can move on to other projects. So we've done this pilot, or it's still ongoing with the National Library of Nigeria. We hope it can be replicated. I know Gambia is in the loop. I'm not so sure where that conversation has ended, but the pilot is still going on with the National Library of Nigeria, and then it can be extended or replicated across national libraries on the continent. Now, I'm also going to declare false representation here. I know about this project because I was a Wikimedian in residence with AFLIA, and I was part of the virtual conversations of this project. But I am Ugandan, I'm based in Uganda, and I have not touched those files. It's my colleagues in other countries that have touched the files, but I'm very, very close to the project as I understand it well. Back to you.
So, we are the Wikimedistas of the University of La Plata, Wikimedistas de la Universidad Nacional de La Plata, and University in Argentina. We are researchers, professors, teachers, students, and workers of the university. We work on improving scientific and university content from the South, the global South. And one of our initiatives is the red de Wikimedistas en Ciencia Abierta, the Open Science Wikimedians network. Brings together researchers of mainly Argentina that wants to improve local scientific content on Wikimedia projects, mainly in Spanish Wikipedia, but also on Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata. For 15 years, Argentina, the scientific system in Argentina paid more and more attention to the recommendation of UNESCO, working on not only on open science, but also in communication of science. But slowly, researchers and institutions are integrating open science into their the work practices and developing policies for open science. Our focus is on bringing researchers and institutions closer to Wikimedia projects, as well as understanding the processes to retaining and consolidating autonomous users on Wikimedia projects. To this end, we organize different kinds of activities with Wikimedia projects, training cycles in editing on Wikimedia, mainly Wikipedia, but also in Commons and Wikidata, for researchers and students at the university. Public communication of science, focusing on the geopolitical gaps in scientific content. We want to visualize the local production of the local scientific system, and we work with communities, scientific communities, but also with local communities in conservation projects as biodiversity and heritage. Yeah, and we use open databases as Wikidata, such as Wikidata, for research. Yeah? And we want to promote the use of Wikidata for research. And we work also opening and safeguarding collection and audiovisual media related with the scientific research. With these activities, we incorporate new voices into Wikimedia, young voices like students, but also the researchers of the Global South voices too. We work communicating science in a collaborative way, and we research using Wikidata, and well, we are consolidating a network of researchers that wants to use the Wikimedia project for open science, and we are working too with university libraries and archives. Yeah. So.
All right, so I was a bit rushed on that, but I just gave you a brief of the project, and we will have a session tomorrow that will go deeper into it, and you'll be able to meet the people who are practicing on the project and the people that conceptualized it. I know I designed the program and scheduled it, but I cannot remember the time. Please just look into Eventia so that you can meet my colleagues who can tell you much more than I have to say, who are better qualified to speak for this project, better qualified than I am.
And Alicia, do you want to
Oh, please. We only have 9 minutes left. We only have 9 minutes left.
Because I need to
All right. These chairs. Okay, so this is the team that was behind this, and then it's at this point, if you have any questions, we would like to answer them, even if we are not able to answer them in real time, we will be able to answer them over the course of the conference. Great.
So, any comments?
Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. So one of the reasons I'm here is because we are in Colombia, in Wikimedia Colombia. We're also trying to develop some citizen science projects linked to Wikimedia platforms or projects. But one of the questions that is often in our minds is the limitation of not being a primary source. So, because by doing citizen science, you are actually becoming a primary source. So, I don't know, how do you relate to that possible objection about the use of these platforms as a means for knowledge production in that sense? But something that I heard from you, and I think it is really important, is how to mark references as being publicly available, open access or not. I think that's great. I didn't know that was among the initiatives, and I think that is a significant contribution. Thank you for that. But I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Melissa?
Sorry. So in terms of being able to use it as a primary source, I think through collaborations with open access resources, they then can become a primary source. So if open science advocates and Wikimedians can collaborate and have any research published in an open access journal, then that is a great way to make the research able to be cited and to be a primary resource. And was it the Open State Signaling Project, which you had mentioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that was developed through Wikimedia Deutschland, and I think that it might have gone a bit dormant, but I think there's huge potential in it, and it would be great to try to raise more awareness of it as well.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Another comment? We have 5 minutes.
Just push the button.
I just wanted to know if no puedo. Si recibieron alguna respuesta o algún desde la fundación, si saben si están haciendo algo.
Flor want to know if you know if from the foundation there is an answer or if an idea of doing something related with this topic. Open science.
Yeah, I think that you, Melissa, know about that. Yolanda is here. Maybe you can answer if you want.
Of course, there is the Wikimedia research team, and they're going to be also right afterward a meetup if you want to also talk to Leila Zia, who's the coordinator, so she can give more hints. But it's true that there is not a Wikimedia strategy around open science, and it is something that, of course, the effort of Melissa and the team here is definitely very significant. And also there are some also project of creating a hub related to research. So there is some discussion about it. There is also a new project funded. I'm part of the team about who is funding research related to Wikimedia. So there are some different things happening, but at the moment I would call them uncoordinated effort for the moment. And there is, of course, the great result of seeing a lot of Wikimedia affiliates engaged in collaboration with universities, so of course. But it is not, at least, an explicit or the truly commit direction at the moment. We also submitted a cost action, which is a typical European tool that could be interesting also to create more awareness and a network of European. Of course, you can invite partners from outside Europe, but obviously it's financed by the European Commission, so it's limited. But our first submission wasn't selected, so maybe at the end of the year we will resubmit by reviewing it. So eventually, if you're also interested in this other area, it would be interesting to exchange more.
Thanks, Yolanda. So, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Yolanda. And if I can just follow up, I think that the survey really showed that one is interest in awareness raising for open science within the Wikimedia community, as well as Yolanda mentioned about that coordination role, that to really try to help those who are independently working on open science projects to collaborate more and raise awareness of what others are doing. And so I think that this survey is a first step in terms of mapping what's already out there so we can try to build those collaborations and synergies in the future. Thank you.
So, well, we have no time. Do you want to say something? No? Okay. So, thank you for listening and for your participation. We can continue this conversation during the Wikimania or after that. Melissa, do you want to say something?
Well, I'd like to thank you and Alice for carrying the heavy load there and managing the conference on site, managing our presentation there. And just if anyone's interested in this work, to please follow up with us. Our contact details are in the presentation, and we'd really like to build upon the survey. And what wasn't mentioned is while it was a 20% response rate, we didn't follow up and send any additional emails. So I think we would really like to try to reach out to all affiliates and try to gauge their interest in this area and try to build upon the survey and this work in the future. So thank you all very much.
Thank you too.